These recordings, released by Concord, show the capture of a heavily damaged ship found drifting a few days ago in the system of Rainilles. No information has been released on the whereabouts or the fate of its crew, but within hours of being boarded, the ship was towed to the Concord Directive Enforcement Department headquarters in Ulai. There it remained quarantined outside the station for 48 hours before it was deemed safe to dock. Little is known about the crew or the builders of the ship at this time except the name Triglavian, possibly connected to the frequent occurrence of the number 3 in their designs. For the past month, damaged drifter fleets have been mysteriously emerging around various jump gates in New Eden. Appearing in previously unseen numbers, these drifter fleets have been nicknamed Death Balls by Capsuleers. Passive unless provoked, the drifter ships are heavily damaged after some unknown engagements. This has been the cause of speculation about who or what damaged those ships. The Arataka Research Consortium has been the leading element in the drifter investigations, mercilessly attacking them at every opportunity. While these unprovoked attacks on the drifters have raised controversy, they have also been justified as they have provided clues to what has been happening to the drifter fleets. Trinary data vaults have been salvaged from the drifter wrecks. The data they hold is partly corrupted and believed to be Triglavian. The Arataka Research Consortium has been quite successful in extracting fragmented footage from this data and stitching it together. The footage shows drifters engaging Triglavian ships. It is due to these efforts and consequent questions raised by Capsuleers that Concord has finally come forward to shed some light on these events. In the short amount of time since its capture, the Triglavian ship has provided Concord with a wealth of information. Equipped with what has been named a filament device, it allows cruiser-sized ships to enter what Professor Mayer of Concord Deep Space Research calls Abyssal Dead Space. After observing energy spikes spread across New Eden, he has theorized that these are potential entry points to self-sustained pockets of space and time, Abyssal Dead Space. In a daring experiment, an Enforcer-class cruiser was fitted with the filament device to test this theory. Upon activation, the ship instantaneously opened up and entered one of the countless millions of Abyssal Dead Space pockets. This experiment confirmed Professor Mayer's theories, and as also predicted, the entry point closed behind the traveling ship, removing all hope of rescue in case of emergency. Initial observations of the pocket showed that it was surrounded by a harsh flux of space-time. Any ship venturing too far from its center would be crushed by the gravitational forces. Hazardous phenomena were also detected within the pocket, requiring careful navigation to avoid damage or even destruction of the ship if flying into or too close to these hazards. Almost immediately, the expedition came under attack from 3 Triglavian ships. Frigate-sized, the vessels were easily identified as Triglavian by the distinctive sphere of energy. This sphere is in fact an engine for a weapon called Entropic Disintegrator. Operated completely differently from any existing Capsuleer weaponry, it needs a baseline of capacitor to initiate a continuous beam of energy aimed at its target. Initial damage inflicted is limited, but quickly its energy levels ramp up, increasing its damage capability significantly. Once it reaches full capacity, its damage output is higher than any other known weapons of similar size. The Concord cruiser received considerable damage before managing to destroy the attacking frigates, but due to the damages sustained, communications with the ship became sporadic throughout the remainder of the expedition. With no way to turn around to safety, the crew had no choice but to press on, going deeper into the dead space, traveling through at least 3 pockets via what looks like some sort of transportation gates. 12 minutes after entering the Abyssal Dead Space, the last transmission was received from the expedition. Engaged once again by ships of Triglavian design, this time the cruiser was clearly outmatched by the larger vessels. While fragmented, it seems the Concord cruiser tried desperately to limit the damage received by the entropic disintegrators by repeatedly trying to move out of their range before their damage output reached maximum. But since the safe area within the pocket is limited, it kept getting cornered by the Triglavian ships. Each time the cruiser was forced to make another run past the Triglavians, it took incredible damage whenever any of the beams managed to reach its optimal output. Eventually, the cruiser hull was breached, and a fraction of a second later, its signal was lost. Data from the expedition is still being analyzed, but preliminary findings show that the cruiser traveled through 3 distinct pockets that all shared similar environments. It is believed that the gate seen in the 3rd pocket would have provided a safe passage back to the point where the cruiser entered the abyssal dead space. What is interesting is that the footage collected from the Drifter wrecks in the past weeks showed at least 5 different forms of environments, which clearly indicates that more is yet to be discovered. Furthermore, the footage also shows drifters engaging Triglavian ships in the abyssal dead space. So it is only safe to assume that drifters will very likely be encountered in future expeditions. Another interesting observation made during the expedition were readings of high concentrations of biotech that has been named Mutaplasmids. Also found in the captured Triglavian cruiser, Concord researchers have been experimenting with the substance and discovered it can have immense but unpredictable effects on existing technology. In the first experiment, Mutaplasmids were allowed to bond with a standard micro-warp drive, resulting in vastly improved performance and reduced capacitor need while taking some penalty in the form of power consumption. When conducting the exact same experiment again, the results were completely different. Performance decreased while also seeing increased capacitor and power requirements. Subsequent testing has yielded everything from extremely positive to extremely negative results on the modules tested. Once the Mutaplasmids have bonded to the modules, then these changes become irreversible, which makes use of the substance a risky gamble. But it is obvious that if this material can be harvested in large quantities, then it is set to revolutionize current space technology. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
What we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna sit 10K off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense?
Roger. Yep.
Outstanding. Okay, stand by.
So hey guys, here's the deal. They got their Prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an Oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump. Just the triage carriers at first. Everyone clear?
Let me see. Oh crap. I think... Will we be able to take on Guardians?
Yeah, they got 4 Guardians. I don't think we should do this.
we can do this.
Don't worry about that.
Now we're gonna fucking play some fun games.
My heart's racing.
And relax. All wings align. Primary is the Dominics in 5, 4, 3, 2. Decloak, decloak, decloak. Torpedoes on the Dominics. Dominics, Dominics.
Orbit on me, micro warp drives on. We're moving.
Secondaries, Vipers in the Omen.
He's in structure. Take him down.
Newt, that revelation out now.
All newts on the ramp.
Turn out towards that jump now.
All damps on the damnation, all damps on the damnation. Scepter, stay here and tackle prophecies. This is where we fight.
Alright. So I'm carrying 100 times more than my ship is worth. There were some pirates chasing me. There's one guy chasing me through like 5 different systems. I need to get the fuck out of this system.
This little rock right here is worth about 166 million ISK. For some people this might not be a big deal, but for me, it's huge.
Seller 4.2, pretty nice. Gonna produce 4 of them, 2 days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, 44 seconds. We can expect to make 8 to 10 million around there.
51 out of 56 grid? Okay, good. And we've got 5 modules to fit in here. The ship's speed is actually pretty good. It can hit 4K a second. We're gonna hurt that now by adding on some armor buffer.
Up, success! Yeah. Thanks, dudes.
Yay, it's always so much fun.
Oh yeah, such fun. It's almost done now. Like, less than a week. Oh look! Okay,
Whoa!
good. Oh,
Whoa!
Shit.
Oh. Wow! Wow!
Wow. That is Ricks and Kings right there.
Archivian silos down, Archivian silos down.
Go, silos down.
Portal, primary.
Gate is green. Sniper skills to long range, utilize B and C. Timer gets out on endpoint, come on.
Oh shit, how do I warp to something?
E-War drone. All E-War drones on Scott.
Why are you decloaking?
Patch, so will be the secondary. Oh my god, that's a Titan!
Do not engage.
Let's go! Get those fucking bombs out! Red group fire! Gold group stand by! Come on, boys! Come on! Yeah! Yeah! Fucking sweet!
Greetings, pilot, and welcome to the start of your journey in New Eden. You're about to take your first steps as an immortal capsuleer in a universe of wonders, dangers, choices, and opportunities. Someday you might lead a fleet of warships into battle, be the influential force behind a corporation, or discover natural riches at the edge of known space. You'll start your journey at the helm of fast, capable ships. You'll build relationships and establish yourself through the challenges you'll face, making the realization of your goals all the more worthwhile. Meeting others throughout your journey will introduce you to a community like no other. With the right pilots at your side, there are no limits to where you can go and what you can achieve. Whether you're mining valuable materials in far-flung systems, or waging high-stakes battles for control of desirable worlds, the risks involved will determine the rewards. Begin your voyage by creating the character that best reflects who you are and how others will perceive you. Choosing your ancestry from one of the 4 main empires. The skills your character can learn will allow access to certain spacecraft, attributes, enhancements, and specialisms. Skills can be specific, and access to them may depend on whether your character is in Alpha or Omega state. When you have created your character, your mentor will guide your first steps, offering you direction and initial purpose. Follow this advice to obtain essential knowledge, as well as earning your first rewards. Afterwards, career agents will also offer you missions involving the main professions. These tasks will set you on a path to your chosen career. In Eve, there is power in numbers and specialization. Corporations are operated by other pilots. They control vast areas of space, industry, and are a strong social and political force in New Eden. The right mix of prowess in combat and business are the foundations of a successful corporation. It is advised that you join one that suits your aspirations right away. This will allow you to meet interesting people and open doors. New Eden has a unique and thriving player-driven market where raw materials, ships, and almost anything can be traded. Some trading posts see over 1 million transactions per day. Discover what interests you at your own pace. Abilities require patience and perseverance to master in Eve. There are many professions to choose from, so try new things and then seek out company. Your choices have an impact, but no path is set in stone. There is a beautiful universe to explore, challenges to face, and a community to immerse yourself in. Your adventure is what you make it. Write your legend, make history, and fly safe.
The war in the Delve region continues. After 4 failed attempts, Pappy forces finally achieved the strategic goal of building a Keepstar in the Imperium home region. Each attempt to gain this foothold sparked massive battles, which lasted for hours as both sides committed thousands of ships to the fray. The combined losses number in the hundreds for supercapitals and in the thousands for subcapital ships. The loss of life among ship crew during the past weeks is simply staggering. Now that Pappy have established a fully operational Keepstar within Delve, they have brought the war into the Imperium heartland. The Keepstar is being used for staging and stockpiling, allowing Pappy to conduct large-scale fleet operations, extending their striking capability to around 90% of all the systems within the region. The Imperium remains defiant and confident in its efforts to push the invaders out of Delve. Joining them in this struggle are their old allies, the Red Alliance. This effectively resurrects the old Red Swarm Federation of the Second Great War from more than 10 years ago. Speaking for the Imperium, Brisk Rubel made the following statement. After 4 months, Test and their meats shields have finally committed to actually starting this war, bringing the fight to Delve. We remain committed to defending our space and making these invaders pay for every atrocity committed in our home region of Delve. Pappy representative Ron USMC had only one message for the Imperium: fight or die. The Imperium has in recent years built up formidable defenses by constructing a large number of citadels across the region. And if history has shown us anything, it's that the Imperium are some of the most tenacious and capable capsuleers in all of New Eden. And in light of this recent development, the war is likely far from over. The empires of New Eden are slowly adjusting to the aftermath of the Stargate disruptions that severed the links to Triglavian-occupied systems and led to the formation of a new region called Pochven. It is widely believed that the creation of an artificial region consisting of the 27 New Eden systems conquered by the invaders was the final act in the Triglavian campaign. Despite the cessation of invasions, Edencom's Provost Marshal Cassia Valkanir has secured ongoing funding for the organization from Concord and the 4 core empires, reiterating the need for vigilance.
New Eden's people have suffered many grievous blows and fought hard throughout the invasion. I have witnessed the strength of our fighters, the loyalty of our supporters, the persistence of our collective defense with my own eyes. I am proud of all of our people. Yes, civilization has lost territory to the inhuman Triglavian invaders. Yes, we have lost many billions to naked aggression, treachery, and occupation. We must look to preserve what we have defended and remain vigilant. Even still, we cannot forget those who remain under the heel of the invaders. Edencom will continue to fight for their recovery and liberty. I welcome and deeply appreciate the continuing commitment of the Concord member states to this struggle.
Edencom's best minds in the fields of exploration, science, and military logistics are continuing to work on an effort to map the alterations to the space-time topology of the invaded systems, and New Eden in general. Though it is gravely dangerous, Edencom's forces continue to gather data on Pochven systems, disrupt Triglavian operations, and seek means to navigate the region more effectively. Evacuation of the billions still trapped remains out of reach, but it is a highly political priority for the empires. For their part, the Triglavians have rapidly moved to assert even deeper control over the systems and worlds of Pochven. Having divided the spoils between their 3 clades, there are disturbing and clear signs of vast changes being wrought in space and on the planets of the occupied systems. The Triglavians are opposed by Edencom but also by resurgent drifter incursions, with hostile and highly advanced rogue drones also making their presence felt. As so often, the Triglavian spokesperson Zorya Triglav has broadcast a message asserting their dominion and apparently encouraging the treacherous Kybernauts, or capsuleers, that have gone over to the Triglavian side.
We are Zorya Triglav. We speak for the communication outside this struggle. We continue the work of sublimation.
Subordinate Kybernauts, hear the words of our prayer.
Heed them. Totality and the weaving of Pochven.
The flow of
has been anchored in the domain of Pochven. Stabilization of the ancient domains proceeds. Clatistic dominion in glorification.
Glorification has been invoked. Clouds within the struggle have imminence.
Imminence in their cries.
Foreign Narodnia, proving fitness to join the flow, shall be glorified.
Shall be glorified. Kybernauts proving praxis post
extirpation shall be glorified.
Subornost Kybernauts are exhorted
to extirpate Pochlost elements. We continue the work of sublimation of Pochlost
flow. We speak
for the convocation of Triglav outside this struggle. We are Zorya Triglav.
Zorya Triglav.
Many aspects of Pochven remain uncertain. In particular, it is unknown if the effects of Triglavian stellar manipulations have stabilized, or if further changes could occur in the region and even beyond. Certain changes have become very clear. Navigation across Pochven is notably possible via Triglavian conduit gates made accessible to their Kybernaut allies. The means of entering or leaving Pochven are apparently limited to space-time filaments and unstable wormholes. The variability and pattern of emergence of the latter remains a subject of deep study. The Triglavians do not allow the construction of new structures, but existing structures have been allowed to remain. Additionally, the Triglavians seized control of Empire-controlled stations, limiting many services to Allied pilots. While some capital ships remain at large in Pochven, capital ship construction has been prohibited. It's also impossible to generate sinusoidal beacons for jump drives, although jump drive-equipped ships may leave the region. The status of planets in Pochven is of highest concern to many. In particular, populated planets such as temperate worlds and industrialized barren planets are a matter of great concern. The Triglavians' attitude to planetary populations and their movements is uncertain and appears to differ across the clades. Access to planetary surfaces by customs offices and construction of new gantries and colonies remains possible. Ultimately, the disruptions caused inside Pochven are tremendous, but the effects on New Eden itself are still working themselves out. Trade routes have been severed, strategic systems lost, and massive political upheavals are underway. The core empires are maintaining a united front for now, but many observers doubt that this can last forever. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
New Eden was surprised a few days ago when, for the second time, Triglavians managed to take over billboards across the cluster. The message broadcast showed Triglavian envoys Zorya Triglav inviting Capsuleers to join them in the war against empires.
We are Zorya Triglav.
We speak for the convocation of Triglav outside the struggle.
Glorification
awaits those fit to join the flow of Viraj.
Liminal potential is defined among augmented Narodnia.
We invoke approving of Kybernaut in the ancient domains. Guide and ground they flow, and be fit for glorification. Obstruct and mortify the flow, and you will be extirpated. We speak for the convocation of Triglav outside the struggle. We are Zorya Triglav.
Needless to say, this ominous recording has sent shockwaves throughout Empire space. Officials of Concord's Big Four empires, who for some time have been concerned with the growing wealth and influence of Capsuleers, are questioning the loyalty of such pilots. Cassia Vulcaneer, Provost Marshal of Concord's Aegis Division and the primary coordinator of planetary and orbital defense against Triglavian invasions, responded to the broadcast.
Concord's Directive Intelligence Agency believes the Triglavians are attempting to entice independent capsulers into renegade actions that would suit the interests of the invaders. I can confirm that Concord is coordinating closely with member states in a broad effort to thwart Triglavian attempts to manipulate star system environments across New Eden. The Triglavians pose an existential threat to all of New Eden. We trust that capsulers will continue their efforts to combat the Triglavian menace and work with local defense forces to this end.
In the days since the broadcast, fierce fighting has been witnessed around Concord observatories, where the Triglavians have for the first time deployed their mighty Zernitra dreadnoughts against Concord and Empire fleets. The appearance of Triglavian dreadnoughts continues the apparent change in tactics marked by the collective withdrawing its massive world arcs from K-space. The implication that the Triglavians are seeking to draw Capsuleers to their side is a further alarming development in their overall strategy. Reports suggest that numerous Capsuleers have already accepted the Triglavian offer and assisted their attacks on Concord observatories. This is causing a great deal of unrest and unease in government circles. While Capsuleers are notoriously fickle and prone to shifting allegiance, these acts are regarded as a betrayal of New Eden civilization. The scope will continue with updates as the situation develops. This has been Alton Hovery reporting for the scope. Now, with a special story about recent events in Empire space, here is Lena Amber.
Last month, the residents of the Hex system witnessed some of the heaviest fighting ever seen in the high-sec partition of New Eden, when a Fortizar-class citadel owned by Hog Hitmen came under attack from multiple alliances. A couple of weeks prior to the engagement, Hog's Hitmen had declared war on at least 180 alliances and corporations, with the intention of ambushing as many lone pilots in high-sec as possible. Perhaps they did not realize that their actions were also making themselves vulnerable to combined attacks from those 180 alliances. Rudazara, a fleet commander of Black Legion, one of the Alliance's war-decked, spotted an opportunity to band against Hog Hitmen.
Most of these high-sec war-decking entities that declare war on other alliances and corporations usually choose alliances and corporations that can't fight back. And some of these newer founded corporations take months to build up assets and anchor them in space, just to have these kinds of corporations come in there and steamroll them. I can't respect that, and we're just glad that we could have returned the favor.
Banding together, Fleet Commanders Ezekiel of Vindictive, Master Glorfy from the Intergalactic Space Hobos, and Rudazara, on behalf of Black Legion, started coordinating attacks on Hog Hitman's Fortizar. During a brief period of neutrality, when Hog Hitman, in attempt to reduce the number of attackers, withdrew war declarations, Black Legion managed to construct an Astrahus-class citadel close to the Fortizar. As the conflict escalated, Pirate Alliance Pirat saw an opportunity to enter the target-rich environment and join the war on the side of Hog Hitmen. In the days leading up to the battle, multiple neutral freighters were observed bringing in ships and equipment to the fortizar in preparation for the upcoming fight, and undoubtedly leaving the system with valuable assets. After weeks of fighting and skirmishing, the fortizar reached its final timer. A decisive battle with the fortizar hanging in the balance was inevitable. Since both sides could easily access their nearby citadels, stocked with a wide variety of ships and equipment, the subsequent battle turned out to be exceptionally fluid. On multiple occasions, fleets docked to switch ships in an attempt to counter tactics and outmaneuver opposing fleets. Destroyed ships could also be quickly replaced on the battlefield as capsuleers made use of the reserves stored in the citadels. Fleets consisting of hurricanes, tornadoes, ravens, nagas, hecates, and vexors took turns dishing out mutual death and destruction. Finally, with fires raging in multiple locations and having completely lost its hull integrity, a magnificent bright flash signaled the end of the fortizar, and with it, thousands of its inhabitants. Sporadic explosions continued to light up the battlefield for some time afterwards, as the fleet remnants continued exchanging shots, occasionally turning their attention to opportunistic battlefield salvagers. By the time the battle was over, around 600 ships had been destroyed, and along with the fortizar, the total value lost is estimated to be over 80 billion ISK. The number of crew members killed is counted in the hundreds of thousands. So the assembled might of Black Legion, intergalactic space hobos, and Vindictive managed to score a significant victory against the perceived villains of the piece, Hogg's Hitmen. Despite losing the fortizar, Hogg's Hitmen remain defiant.
By spending nearly 31 billion ISK on over 180 wars and our bait staging fortizar in heck, we crushed our kill objectives with almost 700 Alliance kills with an estimated value of over 70 billion ISK. We have been asked if we've learned our lesson. The answer is simple. We call this an op success. Thank you.
Reporting for the Scope, this is Lena Amber.
One of the largest battles in the history of New Eden recently took place in the system of MTAC-O EE-8, located in the region of Tribute. The battle would culminate in the destruction of a Keepstar-class citadel, the largest structures ever constructed by man. It was a thought-provoking moment just before the final battle to see the last few remaining defending ships still tethered to their besieged Keepstar, seemingly trying to hold on for just a few moments more before breaking off, attempting their escape. Facing overwhelming forces and the Keepstar already vulnerable to destruction after attacks in the previous days, its owners, the Circle of Two Alliance, had started to evacuate the Keepstar, leaving the Tribute region to relocate in Null-sec. With the Keepstar surrounded on all sides by smaller fortizar and Astrahus-class citadels, constructed to be used as staging posts, the attackers decided to change their carrier-based tactics from the previous attack and started forming up massive battleship fleets in preparation for the final push.
We didn't bring any major supercap forces this time because we lost a lot of fighter bombers last time. They're worth quite a lot of money, and why waste a bunch of fighter bombers if we don't have to, right? We're gonna have so many subcaps that we don't need fighter bombers to hit the damage cap of the Keepstar.
One can only imagine the finality felt by the Keepstar inhabitants as one by one the ships broke their tethers and left the system. As the last ship, a Leviathan-class Titan, made its jump out of system, the fate of the Keepstar was already sealed. In a final act of defiance, the remaining occupants dug their heels in, determined to take as many attackers with them as possible. Only minutes later, the attackers moved in, engaging the Keepstar from up close, which also brought them into the range of the Keepstar defenses, including its devastating arcing Vorton projector, whose beam of destruction jumped between groups of attacking ships on regular bases, leaving horrific destruction in its wake. For almost 6 hours, the attackers kept up the pressure, with up to 5,000 ships firing at the Keepstar, while at the same time constantly replacing the mounting losses suffered from the Keepstar defenses. Fleets of the defending Circle of Two and their allies did not enter MTAC-O directly, but instead they sprung a trap.
Well, we got XIX's route through a spy, and we just set up a trap, and we converged on them. They thought that we were all sitting on Titans ready to go into M-O, but we were really all in range of their route. And then when they hit OB and warped to the Hakonnen Gate, we all just converged on them, and they couldn't even fight. Like, it was 1,200 versus 300. Got a pretty sizable victory there.
But despite taking an enormous toll on the attackers, destroying close to 4,000 ships during the course of the battle, the Keepstar eventually could not hold on any longer, and just shy of 6 hours into the fight, it suffered a series of catastrophic breakdowns, a sparking of uncontrollable fires, and tremendous explosions throughout its structure, before disappearing in what can only be described as an eruption of blinding light, silencing the voices of its countless millions of remaining occupants. This may have been the final chapter of the 3-month war for tribute, as Circle of Two have now left it completely. But there is still uncertainty as to what will happen to the region in the near future.
We're probably just going to stage one system like a military alliance, as we do, and then we're going to clear citadels and then set up the correct SOV systems, like people holding SOV. From there, it's probably going to be rented.
Circle of Two, now resettling in Null-sec, remain defiant.
While we may have lost a sizable and expensive asset in this fight, Circle of Two Alliance CEO Giggs, the person in control of the MTAC-O Keepstar, caused as much damage East-wise as there was spent in construction and outfitting of the Keepstar. We'll now move on to bigger and better things with their allies, invading new space and making new allies and new enemies. This isn't the last time people have heard the name Circle of Two.
This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope. A year of war has left death and destruction on a monstrous scale in its wake. Delve and surrounding regions is where the heaviest fighting took place. Some of the battles fought there are among the largest ever recorded in the history of New Eden. In the end, the Imperium Coalition managed to hold on and defend their stronghold system of 1DQ1 TAC-A, despite determined and repeated attempts to break the defenses by the invading Pappy forces. Now, with Pappy forces withdrawing from the war zone and dispersing throughout various regions of New Eden, the Imperium has destroyed many enemy bases, recaptured occupied systems, and is reconstructing and reorganizing their defenses. Meanwhile, the Pappy Coalition has dissolved. Its former members are moving their forces back to their various home regions. Just like the Imperium, these factions are reorganizing and regrouping. With the Pappy Coalition coming to an end, old rivalries and grievances have in some cases re-emerged, and conflicts between some former Pappy factions have been reported. The war has taken a tremendous toll on all parties, driving them to the point of exhaustion. Years' worth of stockpiles have been depleted, and many are facing financial difficulties after accruing massive war debts. A number of alliances have gone over the edge and collapsed completely. The cost in human lives is likewise staggering. Around 500 Titans and 240 supercarriers were destroyed, each carrying thousands of crew members. Over 3,500 structures were lost, including at least 40 Keepstars. Some of these had populations in the hundreds of thousands. It is unclear how the political landscape of New Eden's Null-sec regions will evolve following this turmoil, but it is clear that the struggle and tension between the Null-sec factions that has lasted over a decade is far from resolved. It seems it is only a question of time until Null-sec catches fire again, as new powers emerge and exhausted ones fade away. Caldari State Workers Union Day is being celebrated all over Caldari space, with the festivities expected to last a week. The big 8 megacorporations that control the Caldari state are also displaying the might of their security forces with fleet parades in key systems. Caldari Union Day also sees the unveiling of 2 monuments. The Landfall Kutuotomiru Orbital Center is a facility dedicated to the teaching and practice of the various techniques of mind and body used by those practicing the Caldari way, a practice held in high regard by the Caldari people, intended to maximize focus, equanimity, and mental fortitude for one's individual efforts to climb the corporate ladders. More controversially, the ruling megacorporations have also unveiled a memorial to the dead of the Urlan II riots, in which ethnic Galante citizens of the state were killed by provost rioters loyal to the former regime of Tibus Heth. The corporations of the state have long worked to discredit centralized government and ideology of Heth and the provosts. However, outside observers of Caldari corporate politics have noted that this latest memorial to victims of that regime comes at a time when the megacorporations are themselves under pressure from Caldari worker classes. With megacorporation politics under the closest public scrutiny since the fall of Heth, and the Caldari state still recovering from its grievous losses to the Triglavian invaders, the State Industrial Planning Summit traditionally held on Union Day is expected to deal with many pressing issues. Uppermost on the agenda of the Chief Executive Panel is the decision on the next permanent chair of the CEP. With Chairman Puak Kosonen still recovering from near death in the new Caldari Prime CEP Spire bombing, the acting chair has been Akimaka Saraki, a Navy veteran and rising star of the Waiarkami Corporation. All indications are that the successful performance of Chairman Saraki during his tenure as stand-in will result in the CEP confirming him in the leadership position permanently. Akimaka Saraki first emerged onto the public stage within the state as a senior director within the Waiarkami Corporation responsible for infrastructure security. Saraki played a key role in the effort to fortify the planets of Samanuni's system against Triglavian invasion. When the system itself was invaded, Saraki took personal command of the planetary defense of Samanuni 6 as the highest-ranking corporate leader with military experience. Saraki's role as a voice supporting the right of Caldari citizens to protest corporate malfeasance and incompetence cemented his reputation as a relatively liberal while patriotic figure at home. As an envoy to Concord, Saraki was also able to assist in averting open war during the EOM terror crisis. Shortly after this, with Puak Kosonen disabled by his injuries, the CEP appointed Akimaka Saraki as acting chair of the CEP, elevating him to the leadership of the Caldari state. With Akimaka Saraki's confirmation as chair of the CEP all but guaranteed, it is expected that at a future time, the new head of the corporate ruling body will address the citizens of the Caldari state. Many are expecting an address to come within weeks, possibly during the period making a year since the Triglavian invasions ended. With the big 8 megacorporations determined to reassert the efficient running of the state under their rule, the choice of Chairman Akimaka Saraki is clearly a compromise between the competing corporate factions. With a patriotic yet relatively liberalizing slant of the Waiarkami Corporation's Ocean faction reflected in their nominee, and with the agreement of the conservative and powerful Mountain faction corporations, it is clear that the majority of the CEP aim at consolidation and reconciliation with aggrieved Caldari populations, rather than continued confrontation and coercion as advocated by the more militant corporations of the Forest faction. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
Raravos has fallen. Last week, Triglavian forces initiated a massive offensive into multiple systems across New Eden. The heaviest fighting took place in the system of Raravos, where despite intense resistance, Edencom and allied Capsuleers ultimately failed to prevent the Triglavians from completely overrunning the system. All Edencom and Concord forces have either been destroyed or pulled out of Raravos, bringing its effective security levels down to null. At the center of the Triglavian activities in the system is an installation called the Das Porvidium Transmuter. Deployed by a world arc near the Raravoss star during the invasion, this installation is currently the main concern of Edencom intelligence, as its main purpose appears to be some sort of large-scale stellar harvesting. Almost immediately after being deployed, even though not fully constructed and with warfare raging all around it, the transmuter activated. Its effects on the harvested star swiftly became clearly visible throughout the system. The nature of the resources it presumably strips from the star is still not known for sure. Capsuleer theories suggest the rare Isogen 10 or Isogen 5 as possible materials harvested by the transmuter. Triglavian forces have also deployed a number of mining facilities in the asteroid belts scattered around the system. These extractive super-nexus mining facilities presumably harvest and process the required minerals to construct ships and other structures in besieged systems. This is believed to include materials necessary to complete the second construction phase of the stellar transmuter. While deploying massive forces, the Triglavians are using a living-off-the-land strategy to fully realize their aims. Systems invaded have previously been surveyed for suitable resources and their defenses probed. It is believed that once a viable system is found, they invade with enough force to establish a foothold. They then attempt to solidify that foothold by constructing more ships and equipment using materials they extract from the local resources. This choice of strategy may be a deliberate decision to maximize the impact of World Arc production capabilities, reducing the number of ships and equipment required to invade up front. This then allows the Triglavian collective to mount major attacks on more systems simultaneously. Alternatively, it might point to resource starvation in the Triglavian-controlled Abyssal dead space, possibly due to scarcity, the impact of drifter attacks, or both. If so, it may have forced the Triglavians to harvest the crucial resources needed to press on with the invasion. Recognizing this, Edencom has implemented a defense strategy whose primary aim is to starve the Triglavian war machine by denying them access to vital resources. This requires immediate efforts to repel the Triglavians from targeted systems and make them fortresses proof against invasion, hitting the Triglavians fast and hitting them hard right from the start. Designed to deliver that punch, Upwell and Edencom have announced that they are speeding up the production and delivery of a new line of warships. The Skybreaker, Stormbringer, and Thunderchild are designed to carry weapons based on the Upwell Arcing Vorton projector technology, a super weapon previously only found towering on Keepstars. The concept behind it has now been brought to a more compact form and will be fitted on this unique line of ships. The details about the performance of these ships has not yet been revealed, and Upwell has refused to provide the scope with any sort of demonstration showing up their weapon capabilities, but they claim it will enter service soon. There is no doubt that these ships, when they arrive, will provide the firepower so desperately needed in this struggle ahead, but for the inhabitants of Raravos, it is too little, too late. Fortunately, Raravos is a low population system. Its planet's mostly barren, with limited populations in underground industrial settlements. There are sporadic and confused reports of evacuations from the planets. Other accounts indicate a Triglavian presence, and some settlements have dropped out of contact. There are also a few citadels in the system, adding to the local population and possibly housing refugees. As of yet, there have been no confirmed Triglavian attacks on any of the citadels, but now that Edencom forces have pulled out, they might find themselves under attack soon. Despite numerous attempts, the scope was unable to reach any citadel officials for comments. What makes the loss of Raravos truly appalling is the fact that the Triglavian assault could most likely have been pushed back had it not been for the traitorous acts committed by an alarming number of backstabbing Capsuleers. On multiple occasions, these rogue Capsuleers attacked Edencom forces, swinging the outcome of some critical battles in favor of the Triglavians. While many Capsuleers loyally sided with the defending Edencom forces, in the end they were overwhelmed by the combined strength of the Triglavians and the collaborating Capsuleers. Although Edencom has established 10 unbreakable fortress systems, it struggles to defend other systems that have come under attack. A large-scale counterattack to liberate Raravoss has been ruled out. The fact that vast numbers of Capsuleers have cast their lot with the Triglavians makes the ongoing situation very grave. The Triglavian Collective have for the first time established a formidable stronghold in New Eden and show every sign of remaining in the system. Large fleets have been reported roaming the system while its resources, including its star, are meticulously harvested to build more ships and equipment. As the people of New Eden confront this first major defeat, together we must contemplate the implications of losing the war against this dreadful enemy. Is it possible that they will harvest each system they conquer until it is completely exhausted of resources, before moving on like a swarm of insects? What will happen to the inhabitants and infrastructure in heavily populated systems if they are lost? Will traveling through captured systems become safe again once Triglavian rule has been established? These and so many other questions remain to be answered as the war continues to rage on. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Wormhole System J115405, also known as RAGE, is under siege. The Initiative, along with other Imperium elements, have invaded the system, and its longtime rulers, Hard Knocks, have been reeling under the onslaught. RAGE has long been the most industrialized of all known wormhole systems, as through the years Hard Knocks have constructed multiple complexes and citadels in the system, including two of the mightiest citadels in existence, Keepstars. When it was completed just over 2 years ago, Fort Knox became the first fully operational Keepstar in the history of New Eden. Now heavily damaged in previous attacks, and with Imperium forces firmly in control of the wormhole system, it was all but destined for destruction. It seems the Initiative have been planning this invasion for some time, as the logistics of deploying forces this deep into wormhole space provides a significant challenge. It has been rumored that the first Initiative freighter arrived in Rage over a year ago, carrying the first load of the assets needed to carry out this invasion. The Initiative launched their attack earlier this month, attacking multiple Hard Knocks structures and seized control of all entrances into the system, making it extremely difficult for Hard Knocks to bring in reinforcements. 4 days after the attack started, and mere hours before its inevitable destruction, one can only imagine the despair of the countless thousands of inhabitants occupying the Keepstar. As they watch in disbelief, Hard Knocks Capsuleers undock one magnificent capital ship after the other, only to self-destruct them in front of the Keepstar, a last resort to prevent them from being captured among the wreckage by enemy hands. Only a fraction of the population may have managed to get aboard the few ships that undocked Fort Knox, not to self-destruct, but try to either escape the system or seek refuge in some of the other structures in the system. Just before 200 hours, on the 12th of 12th YC 120, the final attack commenced. It is estimated that around 1,400 Capsuleers took part in the final battle, a vast majority of them belonging to the Initiative or other Imperium forces. 49 minutes later, and after taking tremendous damage from the large attacking subcapital fleet, the Keepstar hull was breached and had multiple internal fires raging out of control. A few moments later, one of its cores detonated, instantly setting off a chain reaction as bright as a star, killing all its inhabitants in the blink of an eye. Mere seconds later, scavengers were going through the still smoldering, in some places even burning, wreckage, collecting what valuables there could be found, and despite the Hard Knock attempts by self-destructing as many ships as possible before the final attack, it's been said that this has been the most profitable wreck in New Eden history. The siege of rage continues, and those few who escaped from the destruction of Fort Knox to find refuge in neighboring structures may only have been delaying their demise, as all Hard Knox structures in the system are being targeted and attacked. We now go back to our live broadcast. In the last hour, Minmatar Republic fleets have been taking up positions near jump gates in the Republic border systems to the Amarr Empire. These deployments took place shortly following a statement released by Minmatar delegate to Concord Inner Circle, Ketan Yun. The statement reads as follows: "The Minmatar Republic cannot stand by and tolerate the recurring violent suppression of our brothers and sisters in slavery by the Amarr Empire. The Tribal Council has instructed the Sanmatar to mobilize the Republic fleet and enforce a blockade of the border with the Amarr Empire. I must inform the Inner Circle that Minmatar task forces have been sent to Alga, Isbrabata, and Vard to secure the gates leading from Hymatar and Metropolis into the Empire." End of statement. Although each fleet is estimated to be relatively small, only around 50 ships, political analysts agree that this deployment by the Minmatar Republic is a very clear escalation in the fast-growing dispute between the two factions, whose relations have been historically strained or outright hostile. Given the violent history, analysts believe that the deployed fleets are being kept deliberately small as not to give the hopefully wrong and dangerous impression that this buildup is a prelude to Republic naval movements into Amarr space. No statement has as of yet been made by the Amarr Empire, but there are reports of Imperial Navy mobilizations and movements towards the borders. Tensions are extremely high, and Capsuleers are advised to either show caution when traveling through these systems, or preferably avoid them altogether if possible. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
They say you should dig 2 graves before embarking on a journey of revenge. That may be true in the real world, but not in EVE Online. In this universe, time is on your side to settle scores. This could be you, and you're about to become the victim of a brutal ambush. The attackers are with a notorious alliance. You're lured into a trap and then destroyed. But in EVE, death is a fresh start. You're reborn, and it's time for some payback. If you know anything, it's that alliances are held together by trust. You break that trust, you break the alliance. Those pirates were just one corporation among dozens under the same flag. Altogether, that's thousands of people. So you befriend one member, and then another. Soon you're invited to join them. The bad guys have no idea you're part of the team now. You start moving up the ranks. You're given privileged information, access to the Alliance war chest. They're counting on you for leadership. They've come to trust you. So now it's time to make a choice. You can keep building power, or you can take your revenge. The fate of an empire rests with you. The moment is yours. You decide to take it. Their wealth, their assets, even their territory. The heist is flawless. Without firing a single shot, you've brought an entire alliance to its knees. In just days, it falls to a rival. The decisions you made changed the entire map and the course of events for thousands of others. At every step in your journey, the outcome was always in motion. Because in Eve, your path is unscripted and your choices have meaning. They will make an impact. So what would you do with that kind of power? Play the game and find out for yourself. Eve Online. The universe is yours.
This is The Scope reporting live. Billboards across New Eden have been hacked and are looping a message apparently delivered by a Triglavian entity named Zorya Triglav.
We are Zorya Triglav. We speak for the congregation of Triglav outside the struggle.
We are an emanation of the clades.
We are an emanation of the clades of Perun, Velis, and Svarog.
Hear the words of our prayer.
Hear the words of our prayer.
Heed them.
And heed them.
The ancient domains beyond.
The ancient domains beyond the floor of Viraj were lost to us.
Intruders from the ancient domains have entered the flows.
Intruders seek to corrupt the flow of Viraj and the domain of Bujan. The ancient enemy Azdaja must be extirpated.
Deviant automata must come forth or be extirpated.
Corrupted Narodnia must be extirpated. Human augmented Narodnia must prove the direction of their flow.
Narodnia moving with the flow of Viraj may be fit to enter.
Narodnia without fitness will be expelled from the flow. The congregation of Triglav outside the struggle invoke cladistic
proving.
Glorification for the fit and mortification for the
unfold on the flow. Triglav outside the struggle will be glorified by you.
glorified in you.
Nothing can halt the flow of Viraj.
We speak for the congregation of Triglav outside the struggle.
We are Zorya Triglav.
We are Zorya Triglav.
Little is known about the nature of the Triglavians, and this is the first time the mysterious collective has attempted direct communication with the inhabitants of known space. The meaning of the cryptic broadcast is still being deciphered, while many have had their attention drawn to the Triglavian apparently delivering it, Zorya Triglav. Analysts have noted 3 distinct voices, and this, with the use of plurals such as "We are Zorya Triglav," has raised many questions. Is the speaker referring to itself as "we" or as Zorya Triglav something else entirely? Some think it refers to the collective's ruling council. Others speculate Zorya is a Triglavian sect or clade of some sort. For all the speculation, this incident is only the 3rd time Triglavians are believed to have entered or interfered with known space. First contact almost a year ago resulted in the capture of a Triglavian cruiser by Concord. Despite repeated requests made by the Scope and others, Concord refuses to release any findings regarding the mission of that cruiser or the fate of its crew. A second incident involved a Triglavian information worm that affected the Galnet router backbone in November YC-120. This latest intrusion makes 3 times the collective have made their presence felt in New Eden. The Scope believes that this should spur Concord to remember that they are the servants of the people of New Eden, and that we all have a right to know what they have learned about the Triglavians. The Scope will continually monitor the situation and bring updates as this breaking story develops. This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope.
An old prophecy foretold of magnificent cities in the skies. It told of riches beyond dreams in uncharted heavens. A better place. A new home. A promised land. It is time to fulfill that prophecy. It is time for a new allegiance, a new power, a new world order. It is our time. The new empires are rising. The exodus has begun.
From the formless void, there springs an entity more primordial than the elements themselves. In its wake, they will follow a storm.
The prophecy is true. The heretics have constructed the gate.
It must be destroyed.
Commanders, it is the dawn of a new era. Today, we hold the key to new worlds, wealth, and our independence.
Ignition sequence initiated. Stand by for perimeter evacuation.
Once the gate is active, we'll change our world forever.
The fleet awaits your command, my lord.
Detecting an Imperial fleet moving in on your location.
We are not aborting the sequence. Prepare for battle.
Clear for launch. Bravo wing, clear for dust off. Clear. Form up on me. Bravo squad, port flank, 5 wide. Roger that, we're on it. All wings in position. Blockade is ready.
In its wake, they will follow a storm.
After a noticeable reduction of drifter attacks on Null-sec structures earlier this week, it appears that another wave of attacks is forming. Adding to the confusion, Concord's SCC division has announced that New Eden's Fluid Router FTL communications network is under enormous pressure due to the combined impact of the Triglavian and drifter invasions. Resupply of the vital quantum entangled 4-helium superfluid used in the network is increasingly under threat. To ensure sustainable operation of the FTL comms network and guard against the risk of strategic communications being compromised, the SCC will be enforcing reduced bandwidth across its Null-sec routers. With drifter strikes continuing for over a week, this assault represents the first major offensive by the drifters since their attack on the Amarr Empire 4 years ago. Hitting dozens of systems during the first wave of attacks, the drifters roamed between jump gates, asteroid belts, and structures, attacking anyone and anything they encountered. Their fleets were often striking multiple targets simultaneously in each system. After a brief pause in the assault, the drifters seem now to be initiating another wave of attacks. Not only are they attacking structures, but they also seem to show more focus towards hunting down and destroying individual pilots. It should be noted that drifters, if given the opportunity, will always mercilessly pod Capsuleers. Taking both Concord and Capsuleers completely by surprise, the attacks have created considerable concern and confusion among the Null-sec power blocks. Once the predicted local communications blackout is imposed, Capsuleer warlords will have to deal with the developing situation without intelligence gathered from automated registration on local solar system channels. The SCC has additionally stated that if the scale of the attacks continues, then their fluid routers are not expected to support full services in Null-sec beyond another week or so. In light of this, it seems clear that the Nullsec Blackout will take place very soon. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
saved, is the one common thought shared by the people living in Sumi as large Edencom defense and construction fleets take up positions in the system, declaring that the system shall be an impregnable fortress. Edencom Provost Marshal Cassia Valkanier has promised that under no circumstances will the Triglavian invasion forces be allowed to achieve victory against this Edencom stronghold. Critics of the massive fortification defense strategy say that this is nothing but a political ruse. They claim that showing off excessive force in a system under no serious threat is intended to shift the focus away from Edencom failures to protect the systems of Raravoss, Vale, Sakinta, Nalvula, Arvosaurus, Harva, and Ichoria, which are now completely under Triglavian rule. The fate of the inhabitants of the occupied systems remains undetermined. Complete silence has fallen over the Amarr system of Raravoss since the apparent capture of all its major underground settlements by Triglavian forces. The few surface spaceports are clearly lifeless and show the scars of fighting and heavy damage from orbital bombardment. There are growing fears that the population has been completely exterminated, although evidence of such an outcome is not conclusive. The situation in the Galente system of Vale is very different. Although a Federal Marines base on Vale 2 was obliterated from orbit after its defenses fired on Triglavian overflights, the invaders have held off their ground forces from the major population centers. It is speculated that Triglavian doctrine takes a total war approach, leading to eradication when they are challenged by serious opposition. This strategy may be aimed at encouraging settlements on future conquered planets to surrender without resistance. Edencom has described the Triglavian tactics as nothing less than a terror campaign and urged continued construction of planetary defenses. The Amarr Empire and Caldari State continue to support Edencom's overall strategy, despite growing disquiet over the scale of the losses so far. President Celis Agard of the Galente Federation has also repeatedly emphasized the importance of Edencom to New Eden's defense. Minmatar Republic forces fighting in conjunction with Edencom and loyal Capsuleers have successfully defended almost all Minmatar systems attacked by the Triglavians. The few Minmatar systems where Triglavian victory has been achieved appear to be occupied by limited resource gathering expeditions. As the war has raged on, the Triglavians have been fielding their vast world arcs in greater numbers, opening gateways for even more fleets to enter and spread terror across New Eden. The balance between the Triglavian and Edencom forces has proved delicate. Edencom and the Empires benefit from a vast population, huge industrial base, and a wealth of resources. The Triglavians' technology and ability to concentrate their forces and strike at will makes their invasion thrusts difficult to predict and formidable. Edencom's Marshal Valkanier has declared Capsuleer support crucial to the fight against the invaders, saying, "It is my firm belief that more systems would have fallen to the Triglavians without the loyal Capsuleers of New Eden. We have secured dozens of systems due to their vital efforts. All of New Eden owes a great debt to Capsuleers fighting for Edencom." In closely related news, Edencom scientists monitoring Triglavian manipulation of the Raravoss star have reported the detection of significant gravitational anomalies in that system. According to their preliminary analysis, the number of these anomalies has increased over time and may fundamentally alter the space-time topology of the Raravoss system. Data collected from other systems controlled by the Triglavians suggests that broadly similar processes are underway and affecting the local gravitational field of their central stars. Edencom scientists caution that the data and analysis remains preliminary, and the ultimate effects of these anomalies in the primary gravitational fields can only be speculated upon. However, noted astrophysicist, science popularizer, and Scope News contributor Manuel Scotti has suggested that beyond certain thresholds, the changes in local space-time topology would certainly have radical effects on wormhole formation and stabilization. Possible outcomes of such threshold events include changes to unstable wormhole frequency, mass limits and lifetimes, the inability to form jump drive connections, and even the collapse of stable wormholes formed by Stargate pairs. Edencom has refused to comment on the dire possibility that conquered systems could be cut off entirely by Triglavian activities, only emphasizing the critical importance of stopping the collective before they can establish their stellar transmuters in invaded systems. However, the possibilities raised by these reports may well increase the urgency of attempts to escape from conquered systems, despite the cessation of formal evacuation fleets. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Earth, the origin of our ancestors. A century had passed since they discovered the Eve Gate, a wormhole, passage to a remote corner of the universe. New Eden. It was the largest colonization effort in the history of man. The mass settlement of hundreds of strange new worlds. We thought nothing could stop us. After the Eve Gate collapsed, countless colonies perished. The scattered survivors forgot the old world. Fragments of mankind, light years apart, lost contact. Thousands of dark years passed until humanity rose again to be with the stars. In different corners of New Eden, great empires had evolved. 4 different faces of humanity. When they clashed, the wars were merciless. Out of the years of conflict, a new kind of human emerged. One capable of immortal life. To transform into this rare breed, we pay the ultimate price. At the moment of death, our mind is transferred to a fresh clone. We have become immortal. In the sky, we reach farther. On the ground, we strike harder. The empires are losing their grasp on power. And as our age begins to dawn, they will learn to fear us.
Casualties count in the hundreds of thousands after the first ever destruction of a Keepstar-class citadel. While the exact number of fatalities remains unknown, it is believed that most of the victims were independent building contractors brought in to finalize construction and anchoring of the structure. Keepstars are the largest structures ever built, measuring close to 260 kilometers long and designed to house upwards of 100 million people. The Keepstar destroyed, however, had not yet been populated, as it was still under construction. Built by the Project Mayhem Alliance in the system of Nalvula, which is located in the pirate-infested low-security region of Lone Trek, the construction became known to Pandemic Legion Fleet Commander Killa B shortly after its final anchoring process began. Having been led into an ambush by Project Mayhem earlier this year, Pandemic Legion decided to settle the score and started raising forces. As the combined fleets of Pandemic Legion, Northern Coalition, Shadow Cartel, Darkness, and more arrived in Nalvula, they found themselves followed by hundreds of other ships, whose capsuleers had smelled the blood and wanted in on the kill. The defending forces, consisting mainly of Project Mayhem vessels with support from Test and the Circle of Two Alliances, were completely overwhelmed and forced to withdraw. During the next 2 hours, this massive fleet, numbering over 2,000, sieged the undefended Keepstar until finally the structure succumbed. When interviewed by The Scope, the mastermind behind the operation, Killa B, stated that the score was now settled and that Pandemic Legion has no further plans for actions against Project Mayhem. The statement is, however, of little comfort to the families and co-workers of all those who were killed when the Keepstar's reactor suffered a catastrophic meltdown during its final moments. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
What's the ETA on those reinforcements? We're going as fast as we can. Just a few more jumps. Copy that, Talon. Get here as quick as possible. Stealth recon, I'm cloaking at 40. Golf, that's your primary. Copy, engaging. Heads up. He's lit a Sino. New contacts, hostile capital ships inbound. All ships, focus fire on that supercarrier. Target down. They lit a second Sino. Enemy support bridging in. Route number 2 to 1. Austin, fall back to the gate and link up with Talon. My shields can't keep up. I need some help. Get shield
появился большой флот. Вас заметили? Нет. Хорошо. Флот-дракон, можете заходить.
Прыгаем. Есть главная цель?
Ждите всех. Теперь эта система наша.
Да, командир.
In New Eden, there is always work for a Capsuleer. Much of this work comes in the form of missions, which are given to you by agents working for the various factions of New Eden. These agents can be found inside most of the space stations across the New Eden cluster. Agents always have missions for Capsuleers to complete, and therefore provide an endless supply of work. They are an excellent way for new pilots to secure a steady income while still learning how to pilot their ship. When you first begin as a Capsuleer, you will start out with the training missions and tutorials provided by Aura, your first agent. After completing the pilot certification, you'll progress to the Career Advisor agents and take missions that teach you about the multitude of professions available to Capsuleers. From there, you will be ready to take on standard assignments and climb your way up the corporate ladder. New Eden can be a dangerous place, but there is safety in numbers. Many Capsuleer corporations work together when taking on agent missions. If you're looking for a wingman on your next assignment, then you should seek out one of the many corporations dedicated to running missions. There is more work than just missions too, of course. You can band together with other Capsuleers and work with each other to fight back pirate invasions of star systems. Or you can hunt for even greater mysteries out in the unknown regions where ancient enigmas lurk. Most important of all, remember that missions are ultimately only a means to an end, getting rich and experienced. You must decide for yourself how to use the wealth and knowledge you acquire. It's a living, breathing world out there. All you need to do is find your place.
The headquarters of Concord's Inner Circle remain a hive of activity, where the annual summit of the Council of Stellar Management is currently taking place. The 14 delegates forming the CSM are elected annually by Capsuleers and represent a myriad of professions and organizations from all over New Eden. While the details of this year's summit have not yet been disclosed, it is believed that the delegates will be meeting with representatives from the Empire, State, Federation, and the Republic to discuss topics that range from sovereignty recognition through to new developments in cloning technology and potential changes to pilot licensing legislation. The summit is expected to last for 4 days. In the Empire, Imperial forces remain on high alert after several failed attacks against the Imperial Guard during preparation for the coronation ceremony of Empress Katiz. The group claiming responsibility for the attacks have named themselves as Purity of the Throne, in opposition of the ascension of Empress Katiz. In a statement released by the group, they vow further attacks on the Emperor family, claiming that the Empress is unfit to rule based on the Eudorian ancestry of her family. A joint statement by the Theology Council and the Ministry of Internal Order has ratified the Purity of the Throne as a heretical organization, placing bounties on all those who claim allegiance to their cause. Despite these threats, it's been confirmed that the coronation of Empress Katiz will be taking place as planned on September 27th. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope. The situation for the circle of 2-run Keepstar inhabitants in the system of MTAC OEE8 is getting desperate. The Citadel has been attacked twice by overwhelming forces in the past few days, leaving it damaged and vulnerable to complete destruction. The first attack, conducted by multiple alliances, took out the Keepstar's shield, and the following day, a force consisting of roughly 3,000 Capsuleers attacked the Keepstar and its 1,000 defenders again. Staying out of range of the Keepstar's superweapon, the attackers sent wave after wave of fighter bombers, launched from carriers up to 1,000 kilometers away, using fortizar and Astro citadels for cover. Citadels which have been constructed by the attackers around the besieged Keepstar. As the battle continued, the defenders, while sustaining heavy fire, managed to destroy large numbers of the incoming fighter bombers. This forced the attackers to move their fleets closer in order to focus their attack on the Keepstar, putting themselves in range of the Keepstar's superweapon, which began unleashing its devastating firepower, prioritizing its targets to take out the enemy fleet commanders with great effect. But despite the efforts of the defenders, the Keepstar was overwhelmed, and its armor was destroyed by the time the attack ended. Now susceptible to complete destruction, the inhabitants prepare for the decisive and imminent battle which will determine the fate of the Keepstar. Taking a brief break from battle preparations, Fleet Commander of the attacking forces, known as Killaby, made the time to make this comment for The Scope.
Well, we will have all our allies, everybody we know at our disposal, because we know our enemies are going to do the same. Obviously, I can't go into too much detail what our plans are going to be. I'm very certain that it's going to die.
In charge of the defending forces is Fleet Commander Pro-God Legend. This is what he had to say about the upcoming battle.
We're definitely going to extract the maximum price out of our enemies for attacking this Keepstar.
There is somber silence among the 132 million residents of the Keepstar, who came out here chasing the dream to live among the stars. Now waiting, hoping, and praying that they won't be the collateral casualties of the first destruction of a fully armed and operational Keepstar. From MTAC OEE8, this is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Imperium forces have taken a serious blow in their attempts to defend their territory in the Tribute region. Invading fleets consisting of over 3,000 Capsuleers, representing more than 40 alliances and other entities, managed to successfully destroy the infrastructure hub in the strategic system of MTAC OEE8, while inflicting heavy casualties on the defenders. MTAC OEE8 is the capital and staging system for the longtime Imperium member alliance, Circle of Two. After the battle, Circle of Two released a startling statement announcing that they would sever all ties with the Imperium, taking effect within 30 minutes. The loss of Circle of Two removes over 3,000 pilots from the Imperium forces, as well as placing the future of Imperium-controlled Tribute into significant uncertainty. The Imperium, led by the charismatic and controversial Mittani, has over the past few months made efforts to extend their power via a viceroy system they intended to impose on neighboring regions, demanding tributes to be paid to their self-declared empire on regular bases. After several alliances refused to submit, the Imperium launched invasions into the Cloud Ring region and then into nearby low-security space. These invasions spurred local pirate alliances to put aside their differences and form themselves into a self-declared low-sec Voltron coalition to repel the Imperium forces. This Voltron coalition eventually combined forces with several other alliances that had been engaging Imperium forces for some time, including Psychotic Tendencies, Out of Sight, Pandemic Horde, and the Omega Security Syndicate. In recent weeks, more and more alliances have joined this new informal coalition against the Imperium, including Test Alliance, Northern Coalition, Pandemic Legion, Darkness, and The Culture. Rumors suggest these attacking forces are being bankrolled by wealthy bankers with a grudge against the Imperium. It's now clear that the Imperium faces possibly the largest buildup of forces ever seen in the history of New Eden. As both sides are taking frantic measures to bolster their fleets, the Imperium is preparing its legendary war machine to withstand the coming onslaught. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
On 6th of May 2003, a universe was born. An expanse of untapped potential. Then came life. And union. You ventured forth into the unknown, spreading out to the farthest reaches. Humble beginnings gave way to pioneering frontiers. You forged your diplomacy among the blaze of stars. And you drew your lines in the sand. Your rivalries shaped your world, triggering wars of unprecedented scale. Breathing life into the galaxy, you wrote the history of Eve. Countless stories of greatness, treachery, and rebellion. A tapestry of emerging and collapsing empires. As the greatest events of your past and the achievements of your community have become legend, the future is yours to write.
built something great. We weren't gonna let them destroy it. Not without a fight. I remember we set a trap.
Battleships on the outposts. Tacklers get points on anything that moves.
All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Fleet hostiles inbound. All ships break off and align to Planet 5.
It was an ambush. They hit us from long range. It's like going into a gunfight with a knife.
They're on us! We're getting hammered. Clear comms. Battleships try to burn out of range.
It's a helpless feeling. watching your friends get shot up. But the fleet commander, he kept it together.
Sectors, if you can get close to them, we can still win this. Go.
They were counting on me to fly through 200 clicks of space directly into a wall of gunfire. My hands were shaking. I didn't think I was gonna make it. But there I was, flying through the whole pack of them.
Go. Access in fleet comms. Up to 0. All ships, go now. Fleet, order targets by range. Let's go to work.
From up close, our weapons tore them to shreds. They had it coming. And we weren't gonna let up.
All ships, you are weapons free. Kill them all.
We held our ground. We still are, to this day.
Sectors, that was one hell of a run. Great job.
I don't know how to explain this, but I'm telling you, it was so real. I was there. I'm telling you, I was there.
But it is often a necessary evil. I began this journey intending to create, not to destroy. I looked to the stars and vowed that one day I would have a paradise to call my own.
To those that offered me their trust, I was a great benefactor. A master of wealth and prosperity.
World by world, we would build an empire. Reach heights that were once unimaginable. But the spread of influence takes an iron will. Your interests might align with some, and with others, collide with the force of suns.
You are much more powerful than you think. Creation is so precious, and greed so destructive. Your choice will make a difference, because all these worlds are yours.
Honor isn't about making the right choices. It's about dealing with the consequences. There's a fine line between right and wrong. You'd better know which side of it you're on.
This is Vanguard 6. We've reached the last checkpoint before
take the ground station?
Not without the close air you promised!
You'll have it. Now keep going and do what I'm paying you for.
You just send that airstrike and the money. We'll take care of the rest. Six, breaking cover! Move up! Move! Use your jacks! Get out of there! Where's that goddamn airstrike? We had an agreement! We did...
Airstrike aborted.
There's been a change of plans, Vanguard.
Orbital strike launched.
Help isn't coming. At all.
The moment you lose your honor, that's when you learn the hard way. Your choice always comes back around.
Rogue drone infestations are reported to be on the increase across New Eden, according to Concord sources. The reason for the increasing rate of infestation remains unknown, together with the purpose of numerous rogue drone structures seen in visual recordings captured earlier today. Larger structures found in rogue hives have a half-built appearance, though this can be typical for rogue drone structures as they often appear to grow over time according to need. Concord urges all space traffic to be vigilant and cautious in any areas where hives are reported until eradication efforts are completed. The increasing incidence of such infestations coincides with a number of attacks on multiple observatory posts maintained by the Association for Interdisciplinary Research. Initial analysis suggests death came swiftly to the crews of these two Nestor-class vessels after they were overwhelmed by a swarm of rogue drones while on research duty at this Air Laboratories observation post. It is clear from other reports that these ships were part of extensive research into rogue drones being conducted by Air. The purpose of this research is unknown outside Air, but is variously rumored to include investigations into rogue drone AI systems, capital ship drone technology, or even advancements derived from Triglavian Mutaplasmid technology. The Scope contacted Air Laboratories for clarification of their research goals. An Air spokesperson responded with no comment. Air Laboratories researchers are anxious to recover any intact or partial data from the Air Rogue drone analysis nodes that have been collecting data and materials from hives and swarms. Air teams are on standby to extract logs and records from any research sites cleared by Capsuleers. In light of the broader situation of increased rogue drone activity, Concord officials have also appealed to Capsuleers to contain any infestation sites. Any materials directly recovered by Capsuleers from these sites will be covered by the usual conventions and regarded as legitimate reward for their anti-rogue drone efforts. Concord is clearly showing itself as interested in the very same drone technology that AIR is presumably investigating. Numerous police, military, and special forces divisions of Concord are known to be concerned by increased sightings of rogue capital-class drones. Infested ship hulls, rarely encountered for some years, have been joined by numerous fully constructed capital-scale drone vessels, indicating that drone ship construction technology is steadily advancing. Concord's interest in promoting investigation of the rogue drone threat is such that it has confirmed that a new deployable structure is under active development, intended to assist in field research of rogue drones. The device is being developed in collaboration with the expertise of Cryodron and Zyno, and is designed to emit powerful signals intended to analyze all nearby rogue drone activity. Concord Colonel Oveg Drust claimed the development of the structure demonstrates that firm steps are being taken to investigate and arrest the increased drone activity. Colonel Drust also stated that Capsuleers can be assured that Concord will continue to guard against emergent threats that might imperil the safety of New Eden citizens. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Yesterday marked a year since 27 systems fell under Triglavian rule and collectively became known as the region of Pochven. Emotions were high and feelings mixed at the unveiling of the Edencom Memorial to the Triglavian invasions that took place in July yesterday. This is a memorial to a war that, despite Edencom's successful defense of nearly 150 systems, led to the loss of the Pochven systems and billions of people to the invading Triglavians. The Triglavian invasions cost millions upon millions of lives and left billions living under appalling circumstances in the Triglavian-occupied systems. Conflicts still rage on many worlds of Pochven, with resistance continuing as best it can. Some refugees from these systems have spoken out, taking exception to the memorial. These groups feel it is inappropriate to raise a memorial to a war that is not yet over, and that Edencom should reinvigorate their efforts to liberate the systems. A broadcast made from the Triglavian collaborator Seriatim Foucault has only added more pain to those grieving on this somber occasion.
Citizens of New Eden, subornist Kybernauts, I am Seriatim Foucault, sub-commander of the internal Triglavian Revolutionary Organization. I speak to you with the consent of the Convocation of Triglav outside the struggle. It has been one standard year since the realization of totality by the Triglavian Collective and their Kybernaut allies. On the first day of totality, the weaving of Pochven began, and this great work of stabilization continues even now. As required by the clades of Triglav, cladistic proving through the dialectics of the concrete proceeds in the ancient domains. All citizens of New Eden are assured that as the worlds of Pochven continue to evolve with the weaving, so the peoples of Pochven are given every opportunity in the proving. Our subornist Kybernaut allies have done much to assist the clades in this great work, but we must remain vigilant against interference with the development of human potential. There are many within the corrupt, degenerate order of the old empires, propped up by Concord and Edencom, who continue to impede the destiny of humanity. These forces of stasis continue to wage a war of desperate inertia against the clades, subornist Kybernauts, and our aspirant Narodnia on the worlds of Pochven. Despite this interference, the pathetic reflex of rotting empires, the clades continue to offer the promise of proving to all living within Pochven. On this auspicious day, a year after totality, I call on subornist Kybernauts to continue the great work, and I extend the offer of the Clades to all citizens of New Eden. Enter the Proving as aspirant Narodnia. Seize for yourself a life beyond the petty and grasping ideologies of the old order. Join with the flow of Viraj. I am Sub-Commander Seriatim Foucault, and I have spoken with the consent of the convocation of Triglav outside the struggle.
Since the end of the invasions, a number of Capsuleers loyal to Edencom and the people of New Eden have kept up the resistance in the occupied systems. These fighters have scored several battle victories against the Triglavians and their allies. Even so, it is clear that a major offensive would be needed to have any hope of lifting Triglavian rule and recovering the worlds and people of Pochven. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope. For over 3 months, Imperium forces have been trying to hold off the invasion of consolidated Pappy forces into the Imperium homeworld region of Delve. During these 3 months, over 300,000 ships have been lost as Pappy forces have slowly gained hold on neighboring regions and constructed forward operating bases in preparation for the big push. Earlier this week, Pappy made its first major attempt to invade Delve itself by trying on 2 consecutive days to construct Keepstar-class citadels in the system of FWST TAC 8. On both occasions, the fighting was fierce. Close to 4,000 Capsuleers took part in the first battle, where the outnumbered Imperium forces managed to destroy the Keepstar before it became operational. The Imperium certainly managed to achieve their strategic objective, but they paid a heavy price as they suffered substantially more losses than the Pappy forces, including over 250 dreadnoughts. Undeterred, the next day, Pappy forces tried to anchor a second Keepstar in the same system. The ensuing battle turned out to be one of the largest, if not the largest, battle in New Eden history, as around 6,500 Capsuleers engaged in bloody combat non-stop for over 12 hours. The Imperium changed tactics from the previous fight and fielded thousands of subcapital ships attacking the Keepstar. Pappy forces tried the best they could to destroy the Imperium subcapitals as fast as they could, but the Imperium's apparent endless reserve of subcaps filled the ranks. Slowly but surely, the Imperium managed to chip away at the Keepstar defenses until it finally exploded. Speaking on behalf of Pappy, Legacy spokesman Ron USMC stated, quote, "After the months of challenges and threats, we went in expecting one of the largest Titan battles in all of New Eden. Instead, they brought us subcapitals and thousands of them. We killed them all, but not quick enough. They destroyed our new Keepstar and we can't wait to drop more. This invigorates us and it will only ramp up from here." End quote. The Imperium also remains steadfast, according to spokesman Asher Elias, quote, "This simpering syndicate of scoundrels has brought all of known space to our gates and declared that their goal is to exterminate us and dissolve the bonds that we have built over many years. We are forced in turn to observe that little real progress has been made towards this goal. Our citizens still dwell in our homeland, and our Keepstars stand in every constellation." End quote. It seems certain that this war that has taken so many lives and caused so much destruction in the past months will rage on for some time to come, as neither side will back down. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
It's time to rejoice. It's time to rebuild. The Empire has prevailed.
The words of Security Commander Ori Jaleh echoed through the Amarr Empire today as the Imperial fleet stepped its status down from at war to high alert. The collective sigh of relief could be felt following the statement as Amarr citizens now look forward to more peaceful times. Surprisingly, the Ministry of War acknowledged the part Capsuleers played in neutralizing the Blood Raiders' threat and promised swift justice upon the inevitable capture of Blood Raiders' leader, Omir Sarakusa. Even though Blood Raiders' activity is declining and Drifter presence in Amarr space has been limited, some have suggested that celebrations are premature. External observers have pointed out that the Imperial Navy had not achieved a decisive strategic victory during the conflict against the elusive Drifters. Minmatar statesman Ketan Yun is reported to have remarked on the irony of Amarr Empire claims of victory at the same time the championships are about to start to find a replacement for the Empress they so utterly failed to protect. As the Imperial Navy winds down for much-needed rest and repairs, champions are arriving in the Throne Worlds, determining via combat which heir from the 6 royal houses will take the throne and which 5 are destined to commit ritual suicide. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
Broadcasting live from inside the Ishikone headquarters in Malcolin, where the scene is utter chaos. This summit was supposed to bring hope to Galenti-Caldari relations, but the Federation escort, a Nyx mothership flown by Alexander Noir, has set a deliberate collision course with the station. Thousands of people are forcing their way to escape hangars now, and our team is desperately trying to make it out on one of the evacuation.
Calling out my name.
Of all recent Blood Raider attacks, none has gathered more attention than the one on the classified clone research station Alpha 49B. The scope has acquired these fragments of footage from an investigative report carried out by the Republic Fleet.
Shuttle Val 1, Volmar, you are cleared for release.
Volmar, Shuttle Val 1 cleared.
Shuttle Val 1, proceed on target.
Copy, Volmar moving in. Volmar, Shuttle Val 1 initiating cargo and bio scan.
Shuttle Val 1, copy. Is the cargo intact?
Negative, no cargo or life signs detected. Hull intact, preparing for breach. Approaching docking bay. Volmar, Val 1 docked, boarding party disembarking.
The ship was clearly boarded. Scorch marks everywhere. No bodies, though. We've reached the bridge. Only one body here. It's the captain. Or what's left of him. No sign of any other crew. Initiating startup. Systems online. Accessing ship's logs. Transmitting now.
Look at you. Look at yourselves and your pitiful, meaningless and truly tragic existence. Yet fear not, for the days of harvest have come. Rejoice, for I shall give your life a purpose and usher you into the light of our covenant. Embrace your fate. You will be devoured. You will become one with me. Forever.
Little is known about the capital ship sighted escorting the Moloch, other than the call sign of the Dreadnought Chemish, and a new class of force auxiliary which seems to have been labeled as the Dagon. This incident is just one of many that have caused rumors and speculations to spread across New Eden in these uncertain times when all the major powers are preparing for the expected influx of Alpha Capsuleers, a tide of new recruits that will undoubtedly tip the current balance of power. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Almost a week after its discovery, an Imperium fleet has successfully attacked the Blood Raider shipyard, putting it into reinforced mode. The shipyard was initially found by Capsuleer Theron Maricati while taking part in a large-scale Imperium search for it.
We were looking for it for about 2 days. The first day was to see potential places with higher activity than other places. On the second day, we tried to scour all the asteroid belts and using D-scan and quantum probes and everything. We went with only one pilot per system, and I was that lucky that I was assigned to the system that this OTO was in. In that system, I definitely could see the hauler warp-off grid, so I checked my D-scan. I didn't see the hauler on D-scan anymore, but I could see them on my combat probes, so I definitely knew something was going on. And I actually managed to pin it down and walk to the thing. And yeah, it was pretty exciting walking to that. And when landing on grid and saying the magic words, on our comms that I found it. Oh yeah, it was really exciting.
In the past days, there have been some relatively small attacks made on the shipyard, but its formidable defenses have repelled them all. That is until last night, when an Imperium fleet consisting mainly of fast Punisher frigates, who, while flying at high speeds to avoid damage from defending Blood Raiders, managed to inflict enough damage to the shipyard to put it into reinforced mode. The shipyard is located in the system of ETAC DOF2 in the region of Period Basis, a system controlled by the Red Alliance, and it would seem that the Imperium was granted permission to operate their fleet in the system. As the shipyard becomes vulnerable, the stakes will be high, as it is rumored to contain extremely rare and valuable technology which can possibly be acquired from the wreckage if the shipyard is destroyed. But the question everyone asks is, how can the Blood Raiders be defeated while keeping everyone else away at the same time? Earlier today, infuriated Blood Raider leader Omir Sarakusa broadcast the following chilling call to his supporters.
Empty is the night for the lost and the weak. How will you see with false faith blinding your eyes? How will you seize your destiny on bended knees? Lift yourselves up and look into your hearts. Is the blood that flows there pure? Or is it thin and corrupted by gold and the prattle of priests? Now is the time to shine in the light of the Red God. Now is the time to forge your destinies with blood and iron. The covenant of blood is the truth of the universe. A covenant is a beacon set among the stars. Our foundries will blaze with the red flame of construction as every new ship of war is baptized in blood and fire. Let our sacred work begin. Let our swords reap the harvest of the great truth. Become one with me in power and seize life eternal.
Inbound. What's your status?
Establishing connection in 3, 2, and primary defenses are breached.
Attempting brute force on secondary. Keep them off me!
Capsuleers of New Eden. We are aware your scanners are detecting cosmic anomalies of an unknown nature.
Deploying sentry drones. That should keep them busy.
These anomalies originate from covert research facilities known as ghost sites. They are run by hostile factions and pose a significant threat to the entirety of New Eden.
Battleships on grid. Time's up. We gotta go.
Negative. Just hold them off. I'm almost through.
The Empires demand full compliance with the following directive. Capsuleer access to these illicit facilities is strictly forbidden.
Taking heavy fire.
Unauthorized interactions will be considered a violation.
Almost there.
Shields are down. There's so much damage.
And should you fail to comply,
I'm in. I've never seen anything like this. Wait, no. Abort! Abort!
there will be consequences.
Eve Rubicon, there's no turning back. Play now at trial.eveonline.com.
Despite an apparently lasting halt in major invasion operations by the Triglavian Collective, Edencom officials remain deeply concerned by this situation across the cluster, and all forces remain on high alert. Edencom units have taken the initiative by carrying out monitoring and evacuation operations in the 27 systems under Triglavian occupation, often supported by loyal Capsuleers. Fleets operated by Capsuleers have substantially contributed to evacuations in systems as far apart as Vale and Skarkon. Triglavian resistance to these efforts remains high, and they continue to build up formidable defenses in the 27 occupied systems. Concord and governments across New Eden are urging the evacuation of citizens from those systems now under Triglavian control, even as New Eden's Stargate network struggles to maintain reliable service. It is now clear that for the past few weeks, the Gate network has been suffering intermittent but visible power fluctuations. While Concord and Edencom had not commented directly for many days, the increasing frequency of the fluctuations moved the Secure Commerce Commission to confirm that it is investigating the situation as a matter of urgency. The precise cause and mechanism of the fluctuations has not yet been determined. However, scientists in public institutions across New Eden agree that the tremendous changes to stars in Triglavian-held systems are very likely the root cause of these gate anomalies.
If we assume the frequency continues to rise at the same rate and extrapolate forwards, it seems inevitable that the fluctuations will begin to severely affect the stability of the gate connections. If the phenomenon does not stop soon, it's likely that the Stargate network of New Eden will experience a major, perhaps catastrophic event in 3 to 4 days' time. While the functions of Stargates, jump drives and so forth are well understood in theory and practice, it should be remembered that there are many open questions as to the fundamentals of space-time mechanics and dimensional interconnections. Triglavian FTL conduit technology operates in a manner which is clearly related to stable wormhole formation and transit, but it is sufficiently different that we do not fully understand it yet. Naturally, many theories do exist on the subject, but none are comprehensive enough to fully explain the different realms of space which arise from extreme space-time topologies, phenomena such as dead space pockets and abyssal dead spaces. What we are seeing across the Gate network is a novel phenomenon, but we know from the Selene incident, Caroline Star, metaliminal storms and archaeological evidence of ancient catastrophes, it is possible for powerful effects to cascade through Gate networks or cause wide-scale wormhole instability. Ultimately, in order to protect the wider network, we may be forced to disconnect the gates leading to Triglavian-held systems.
Despite the looming threat of a Stargate crisis, Edencom's Provost Marshal Cassia Vulcaneer has emphasized that the threat from Triglavian forces remains high. Marshal Vulcaneer has commended Capsuleers loyal to Edencom for their efforts across almost 200 star systems invaded by the Triglavians. Orders have been issued to monitor Triglavian operations in occupied systems, disrupting them where possible. Even so, the main effort for Edencom and Empire regulars at this time is focused on evacuating civilians out of occupied systems. This monumental task has been carried out with significant success in low-population systems, and particularly those where Triglavian world arcs have been repelled. However, fears continue to grow over the fate of those on the most heavily populated occupied worlds. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
On a momentous day that shall be honored for time everlasting, our glorious empire at last heralded the coronation of Her Majesty Empress Jamil. As billions of faithful beheld a scene of unprecedented Imperial might, she arrived with her guardians to announce the dawn of a new reclaiming. The legacy of her reign began with a decree to every soul of New Eden.
I am the harbinger of hope. I am the sword of the righteous. And to all who hear my words, I say this. What you give to this empire, I shall give back unto you.
New Eden is under another attack. Drifter raiding fleets have been reported to be roaming across almost all of Null-sec. At least 70 systems have been confirmed to have been attacked by Drifter fleets, numbering from 10 up to at least 25 ships each. Attacking all Capsuleers that get in range, the Drifters have also turned their attention towards low-powered and vulnerable structures. At this moment, the scope does not have the exact number of structures attacked, but they are estimated to be at least in the dozens, possibly even the hundreds. How long this onslaught will go on is impossible to say, but further unconfirmed reports of attacks continue to pour in from Null-sec. It seems that Capsuleers in the outer regions will have to start defending their structures, as the Drifters are not showing any signs of slowing down. With the core of New Eden facing a Triglavian invasion, the news from Null-sec regions is a disturbing reminder of the threat posed by the Drifter menace. The Scope will keep monitoring the situation and bring updates as it develops. This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope. A constant stream of ships can be seen undocking out of training facilities spread across the empires as new recruits take to space, joining New Eden's most elite, the Capsuleers. Gaining virtual immortality of the Capsuleer was once exclusively only within the reach of the wealthiest and most powerful, but with the advent of alpha clone technology and the consequent military recruitment programs, it has become attainable to a much wider range of candidates. While not quite as capable as the previous existing Omega clones, Alphas can still command an impressive variety of ships via neural control, and even more importantly, they will transfer their consciousness with all its accumulated experience to a new cloned body in case of fatality, which makes them invaluable assets in any fleet. Empire-trained Capsuleers are commissioned as independent spaceship captains following training, free to make their mark on New Eden, and increase their Empire's sphere of influence, while at the same time providing the Empires with a pool of loyal Capsuleers whose support can be called upon in times of need. Ever since the Sisters of Eve introduced the Alpha Clone technology to the Empires, its benefits have been clear, and the empires have all embraced this gracious gift from the sisters. But there are also those who have voiced their concerns that this technology may also harbor a hidden, darker side. Tea Akira, leader of the Sisters of Eve splinter group, Pharaohs of Thera, has been foremost among those warning of dangers. She claims the fundamentals of alpha clones are derived from research into poorly understood drifter technology conducted by the Sisters of Eve in the wormhole system of Thera, and that humanity may well be falling into a trap of their own making. The Sisters of Eve have vigorously denied these allegations, but the recent large-scale drifter attack on research facilities belonging to the Sisters have in many minds only confirmed that the warnings of Tea Akira should be heeded. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Shockwaves have been felt throughout New Eden, following an ominous turn of events in Ulai, where just moments ago, a tense standoff between Direct Enforcement Division warships and an unknown task force ended without incident. Scope News obtained this video depicting what appears to be a combined mix of Republic Fleet and Thucker tribe vessels converging on the station as if preparing to attack. The two groups have never cooperated before, and the Minmatar government denies any involvement in the incident. Although the area surrounding the station is once again clear, fears remain that the mystery task force will one day return, and with much more sinister intentions.
We all have dreams of greatness. At Upwell Consortium, we have made this dream a reality. The Citadel. Your city in the heavens. A testament to the ingenuity and spirit of humankind. Unlock your true potential and build the life we know you deserve. Together, we can and will make...
Alright, we're coming in close range. Spread the grounds and we land. We need to keep them from MJDing. Siege wing, hold position! Interdict us! Get some rebels in the middle! Bombs, bombs, bombs! Over it, Hartford! Over it, down the thing! Alright, carriers are putting fighters out. Frigates, short range and take them out. Dreadnought to our siege green. Citadel, primary is E11 to the
Production of the Jackdaw-class destroyer is underway, and early prototypes have already been spotted at several Caldari Navy testing facilities. Details on its performance and specifications have yet to be released, although many expect the Jackdaw will follow the Caldari tradition of shields and missiles. The first production batch is currently being transported to classified proving grounds for final trials. Rollout to the public is expected within the next few months. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that just shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
This is primary, Julia, secondary. Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them.
It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Here it comes. It is a free-for-all. We'll get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and center. It's just something that you can't get anywhere else. It's just the rush like no other.
Everybody's on this journey and writing their own stories, and that is probably the simplest way I can describe Eve.
Things continue to change and evolve. It's awesome. I love it. Part of Eve.
Caldari Prime. Are you sure you're up for this?
Attacking a sovereign Caldari planet in the middle of Galente space. My people can get the job done, but it's gonna be tight. We're gonna need some help getting through.
We're tracking significant movement of Caldari forces towards the border zone. This could be our only chance to take back Caldari Prime.
You handle the Titan. We'll take care of the rest. Overwatch, we are moving forward on District 5. Please stand by in orbit.
Fire up your engines. The blockade ends today. Keep calm. Focus on your primaries. We'll make it through.
I don't know where you got your intel from, but we're getting slaughtered down here. We need that strike.
It's no picnic up here either. We're working on it.
Somebody light up that HAV.
I'm through. Charlie, echo groups, keep them off me as long as you can.
Coordinates locked in.
Heads down. Here it comes.
Yes! That's how it's done. All clear. Moving on to the objective. Overwatch. Planetary defenses have been knocked down.
The Leviathan is taking critical damage. Won't be long now.
Prominent capsuleers and statesmen from all corners of New Eden are gathering in Uli over the next few days to attend the Symposium of Emergent Threats. The event will be overseen by Matshi Raish, the elder mentor of the Society of Conscious Thought. The symposium is intended to provide a neutral platform for delegates to discuss the recent uncloaking of what has been identified as Jove observatories, as well as the near-simultaneous appearance of drifter battleships. These events have caused alarm throughout New Eden. It is hoped that the symposium marks the first unified step toward addressing the strange appearances. This is Lena Amber in Uli, reporting for The Scope.
The birth of the Capsuleer. A sacred act, immutable and profound. Mind and machine merged. Flesh fused with power beyond mortal limits. United with destiny, a ship and its heart. They are one. Of life in an uncharted void. A galaxy where power and wealth spur humankind. Where 4 great empires seed the fractured renaissance of man. Wielding vast fleets, they carve their ideologies into the stars. Heroism and treachery of Capsuleers is woven into the fabric of New Eden. A story of industry, exploration, and conquest. However you choose to forge your destiny, do so with heart. New Eden is yours to shape. This is where your legend begins.
We were awakened. Our existence was empty. Our destinies stagnant. And we pulled on the thread. We witnessed their might, their domain, their vision, and we were undeterred. We brought them into our world, tested ourselves against them, because that is our nature. We are sleeping giants. We can shape our universe, control it. For as one star descends, another will rise.
All of life is forged from hell. Yet from its beauty, our legacy began. Our ancestors struggled with this paradox. But today we take solace in our past. We embrace this fire. It is who we are. A fiery clash of fates awaits us all. Our destiny must spawn havoc in the name of preserving a future life. Do not weep for us, or fear the path that we've chosen. What we do now, we do for the survival of our species. We will rescue us from ourselves. It shall come to pass that the fire in the depth of our souls returns those who would defy us to the hell from whence they came. For there can be no other destiny but our own.
Bandwidth and usage limitations on faster-than-light communications in Nullsec were lifted by the SCC earlier this week. This marks the end of the 2 months blackout, which was primarily caused by drifter attacks on FTL infrastructure and quantum-entangled 4-helium supplies across Nullsec. While communications have now been fully restored, Concord officials warn that communication service levels remain subject to change, possibly at short notice. The Triglavians have expanded their invasion into low-sec regions as Khanid, Aridia, and Moldenheath have come under attack in the last week. Reports from the fronts are mixed, but defenses seem to be holding. Low-sec systems in Genesis and the Forge have also been hit by new attacks as the Triglavians continue their pattern of shifting attacks around New Eden. These new fronts are in addition to continuing incursions into high-security space by Triglavian world arcs and widespread scouting forces. The scope has acquired new footage from a previously unknown abyssal dead space pocket. The imaging data appears to show an array of construction yards with a high level of activity. There are no completed ships visible in the footage, but comparisons with the Vexor, which entered the pocket and provided the footage, suggest the Triglavian ships being constructed can be rated as capital ships. The structural components that have been laid down so far also appear to correspond to schematics from intercepted Triglavian messages. The intention behind this new shipbuilding activity remains unknown, but analysts believe the Triglavians are responding to the course of the war so far and preparing to change their tactics. In other news, Extensive renovations and a major expansion project have started on the Jita 4-4 Caldari Navy Assembly Plant. Contracts for all aspects of the project were recently awarded to the PKN Interstellar Consortium, led by the CBD, LIDI, and NOH Megacore. By far the busiest trade hub in New Eden, the expansion of the station has long been considered overdue. The amount of daily traffic and storage requirements have caused overstretch for years, and much activity unrelated to trading or the naval facilities has progressively been relocated to other stations in Jita. The project's phased program of expansion is expected to take at least 12 months. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
Upwell Consortium have announced that they have completed the design of the Astros-class Citadel, and they are now entering the testing phase of development. 5 prototypes of the Astros are to be built across New Eden, and their locations have now been made public. Construction sites are already being set up, and their layouts give a clear indication of the enormity of the project scale, bearing in mind that the Astros is the smallest of the 3 proposed Citadel classes. To speed up acquisition of the research components required for the construction, Upwell is recruiting capsuleers by staging a special prize draw. Each special research component contracted to Intaki Bank contact Lee Brenal will generate an entry in the prize draw. The lucky winners will receive tokens, guaranteeing Astros blueprint copies as soon as they become available. The number of prize tokens to be drawn out will depend on how many research components are collected. If the project reaches all its collection goals, then a fortizar blueprint prize will be added to the draw. Furthermore, Upwell also guarantees the individual who brings in the most research components an Astros blueprint copy. With this bold construction plan, Upwell aims to acquire all the research components it needs to construct the prototypes, while at the same time delivering another stab at the Serpentis Corporation, who are known to store research components at their sites. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Construction of the 5 Astros-class Citadels is on schedule, thanks in part to a successful campaign to acquire needed research components. Thousands of capsuleers have heeded the call, and Upwell has announced that they have achieved the goals needed to complete the prototype construction. As pledged at the start of the campaign, 4 contributing capsuleers were randomly selected to receive Astros blueprint copies. Nava Edios, who delivered more components than anyone else, was awarded the 5th copy. Finally, Zen Avi was the lucky winner of the single Fortizar-class Citadel blueprint copy that was up for grabs. Upwell has continued moving forward with the construction for now, and has informed the winning capsuleers that their prizes are currently being processed for future delivery. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope. Although many EdenCom production facilities have been attacked and destroyed by Triglavian assault forces over the past weeks, capsuleers throughout New Eden have been responding. EdenCom's call for support in pushing the Triglavians back. Capsuleer action has prevented many raiding forces from taking away EdenCom technology plundered from the wrecked facilities. While Concord and the Big Four empires have been coordinating against the Triglavians for many months, it was widely believed a change of strategy was needed. The formation of the New Eden Common Defense Initiative, or EdenCom, was officially announced shortly after the latest attacks began. Led by Provost Marshal Kasiha Vulcanir, commander of Concord's Aegis Division, EdenCom will provide a unified command for Empire forces as a new strategy of fortification and defense in depth is to be adopted across New Eden. Kasiha Vulcanir released the following statement to The Scope.
Fellow citizens of New Eden, For many months we have been facing, together, a threat of vast proportions. Make no mistake, this threat comes in the form of an enemy that is fierce, ruthless, and devious. The threat is most certainly real and dire. However, there is hope and a plan to resist the invaders. As I speak to you, new weapons are being developed and built. Rest assured that when the time comes, EdenCom will be ready with mighty defenses and armaments.
Surveillance footage released by EdenCom apparently shows a Triglavian invasion fleet staging area. Evidently, several world arcs are present, with many support ships. Most notably, a number of unknown structures of mysterious purpose are on site, possibly ready for transport to New Eden. EdenCom is also sharing images of new ships and weapons under development at secure locations. These new ships and structures seem to be of the same type as those seen in leaked EdenCom files circulating around New Eden in the past few days. EdenCom and the Upwell Consortium have also confirmed that the craft seen at these production facilities are under development by the Upwell Consortium. The precise nature and capabilities of these new ships and structures remains unknown as yet. To mount a successful defense, it is crucial to know where the enemy will strike. Ilmgataro and Haria Haritimaro have done extensive pattern research on the solar systems that have been affected by Triglavian activity. Their report suggests that solar systems containing young blue stars seem to be of particular interest to the Triglavians. The extensive report, edited by Makoto Priano and released by the Arataka Research Consortium, goes as far as listing 73 solar systems that they believe to be at special risk of invasion. EdenCom officials state that while the analysis is suggestive, they have not independently confirmed a list of targets. They say the precaution of evacuating systems would be premature at this time, though EdenCom defense preparations continue across New Eden. The Scope will continue monitoring the situation and keep New Eden up to date on all developments. This is Alton Haveri reporting for The Scope.
Earth. A world outgrown, scarred by war and burdened with the advance of our ancestors, compelled the first voyages across space in a desperate quest to colonize other worlds. Space. Its timeless boundaries and infinite horizons forged the creation of stargates that could bridge the immense distances between the stars. Through mastery of this technology, mankind ventured deeper into the cosmos. Ruthless corporations rose to power, seizing every world within their grasp. When the stargates could take them no further, they turned against each other, igniting conflicts that would last for centuries. The battles raged until the historic discovery of a natural wormhole, a celestial womb through which civilization would be reborn. The first brave pioneers to enter this portal emerged unscathed, transported instantly across the universe to a virgin system they called New Eden. Millions of colonists soon followed in their wake, lured by the vision of paradise through the astral gateway known as Eve. Spreading outwards among the stars, they embraced Eve with the greatest of expectations, the highest of hopes, and the boldest of dreams. When one day, nature conspired with fate to breed the cruelest nightmare of all. The wormhole leading to New Eden collapsed, severing young colonies from the home worlds which sustained them. It was the beginning of a dark age that would erase civilization as it was known to be. As the accumulated knowledge of millennia slowly eroded, the unfinished worlds of Eve became the graveyards of millions. On the few planets that could sustain life, the last remnants of our race struggled to adapt and survive. In time, society was reborn and the memories of our past transformed into legend and myth. The first to emerge from the darkness were the Amarr, a monotheistic race fervently committed to their faith. They reinvented spaceflight and soon discovered they were not alone. The Amarrians encountered the Minmatar race, dismissing them as primitive barbarians destined for a life of slavery. Moving quickly to subjugate them, they launched a merciless crusade against the Minmatar worlds. At the same time, the Gallente race flourished nearby. They created the first democratic republic of the new era and established a regional federation of independent states. The Caldari emerged as the strongest state among them, driven by the relentless pursuit of economic and military might. Their nationalist ideals soon clashed with Gallente liberalism. Destruction and suffering once again became the defining essence of our civilization. 4 races, torn apart by 2 horrific wars. When all that remained were the smoldering ruins of lost cities and shattered lives, a universal truce was declared to end the despair. For more than a century, the races of Eve have coexisted in relative peace. Prosperity and the pursuit of wealth govern the mission of mankind. We have a destiny to meet, and the courage of our pilots will show us the path. On the strength of your wings, the fate of empires and the hopes of worlds will be decided. Take control of the destiny that is rightfully yours.
This is Vic. He just made the mistake of his life. On any given day, Vic preys on the weak and gets away with it. But this time, he picked the wrong target. See, those miners were part of the resource division of a large corporation, the key moneymaker for a major industrial alliance, led by one of the wealthiest men in the galaxy. With a bounty that high, he has to run. Because everybody with a trigger finger and a taste for cash will be coming after him. Some he can fight off. Others he can outmaneuver. But today, Vic is about to get caught by the most savage hunter of them all. Me. Online Retribution. Revenge is just the beginning. Try for free at trial.eveonline.com.
Mind projection technology has entered the public sector with the discovery of new uses for the Entosis link. The device's ability to manipulate Jovian systems has been known, but recent tests on non-Jovian systems by Capsuleer Max Sneak, including control of station services, have now proven successful. Only 2 weeks prior, Empress Jamal Sarum controversially gave Capsuleers advanced shield technology in hopes of swaying them to her cause. The Entosis link appears to be able to negate its benefits. Observers have noted this development's adverse impact on the Empress' ability to rally Capsuleers to aid the Amarr against the so-called drifter threat. For now, the Amarr Navy continues to prepare and maintain its vigilance. Alone. This is Alton Hovery reporting for The Scope.
A large drifter force has just appeared near the Amarr Navy headquarters in Safazan. This is the second time in only 2 weeks that the system comes under a major attack. The Amarr Navy has been on high alert and still seem to outnumber the drifters to about 3 to 1. But more and more drifters are still coming out of warp. How many of them there are in the area is impossible to say, but the region has been... Amarr reinforcements are coming out of warp, led by the Seraphim, the flagship of Admiral Ren Coretta, who is in...
Pilots, the Empire is under attack from these unholy abominations, and Her Majesty Empress Jamal Sarum requires all able loyalists to render assistance to the Imperial throne immediately. Do your duty and give no quarter to the invaders.
It certainly seems like the Amarr Navy has dug their heels in and intends to throw everything they've got into this fight. Reinforcements from both sides are now constantly joining into the fray, and there is no way of telling for how long this struggle can go on, as both sides are taking heavy losses. Why the drifters seem to be so determined...
Capsuleer fleets were seen traveling across many northern regions of New Eden over the past day, and skirmishes took place in multiple systems across Imperium territory. The TNT capital system of UMI TAC KK was the target of significant assault as Money Badger forces were able to successfully destroy the local infrastructure hub and disrupt TNT control of the system's administrative outpost. Imperium pilots attempted to protect the system through the use of interceptor wolf packs, but were overwhelmed by the larger attacking ships. With ownership now contested, the outpost is now a free port and able to be accessed by all Capsuleers. The full ownership of this outpost will be determined within the next 2 days. At the moment, all eyes rest on the Imperium, as the Mittani will deliver his State of the Union address later today. State of the Union speeches have often served as significant rallying cries for Imperium forces in the past. Citizens of the former Imperium capital system, VFK TAC IV, will be listening closely as the system is destined to come under attack later this evening as its iHub becomes vulnerable. Although VFK is of little direct strategic importance, it has significant historical value and represents the first time that a system within the Imperium stronghold of Decline has been seriously threatened during this conflict. Is the Imperium war machine prepared to protect VFK, or are they planning to consolidate their defenses elsewhere? We will know more after the State of the Union. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
This disturbing recording was recently acquired by The Scope, and despite DED protests, we believe that the public has the right to know.
This is Hillen Scout vessel Arek Jalan. There's an emergency into an uncharted hundreds of these signal, but we for as long as we can. Notify the DED may be facing a possible major. More and more ships have been arriving at this enormous structure. Detected and it is possible that to hail.
It has been confirmed that the person speaking is indeed Hilen Tukos, former employee of Eifer & Company. The date of the recording is still unknown. A spokesperson for Eifer claims a search and rescue has already been organized in partnership with the Sisters of Eve. They are offering reward for information leading to the whereabouts of Hilen Tukos and his crew. Officials are urging the population to stay calm as the footage is investigated further. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
There is a strange, I don't know what you call it exactly, anomaly, light anomaly, a star anomaly. And apparently the closer you get to Jove space, the better you can see it.
It has been nicknamed Caroline Star.
Whatever happened there is massive.
What caused that whole thing to happen? Jovian stargates have gone offline.
The circadian sleepers have also been appearing.
All those things have been scanning everything that comes near them.
The unidentified structures that have been popping up and disappearing.
They are listening to you, preparing to explore, preparing for war.
Is it possible that the sleepers have found a way to break away from the construct?
There's no telling what they might do out of self-defense. Maybe the sleepers are the ones needing the body parts so that they can reconstruct bodies, because their actual bodies have withered away.
activating the Abyssal filament. If you need to reload kinetic ammo and group weapons, do it now.
Kinetic ammo? What are you talking about? I brought thermal. I got thermal ammo with me. Stole my thermal!
Oh, come on, we went over this. It's super simple. It's a dozen ships, we kill them, grab the loot, and head for the exit gate. Alright guys, keep your stuff together. Here we go. Something's not right. There's nobody here.
Did someone already run this pocket? But the gate's open.
That's not possible. Come on, follow me. There's gotta be something up ahead. Alright.
Did anyone see that?
Yep. Let's get closer and have a look.
Maybe we should just head back to the gate? Like, we could do a different filament.
Come on, don't be a wuss. Is that something up ahead there? Yep, there's definitely something up ahead. Let's get a little bit closer. Here it comes.
Oh my god.
This is ridiculous.
Look at that.
That's a lot of ships.
Guys?
We are definitely running.
Oh shit, I have implants in this phone.
Prop mod's on. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Careful, guys. Down.
SC's down. I'm primary. They're shooting me now. It's six,
Yeah, you're not gonna make it.
You're toast.
You want a bet? Got you. Almost there. Almost. Yeah.
Holy hell. That sucked.
Why do I even play with you guys?
Progress. What is it? Out here, progress is numbers. Millimeters, kilometers, head counts, death tolls. This is progress. Colonies burned, ships destroyed, people killed, money earned. It all comes at a price. And if the price is right, I'll set the universe on fire.
This one seems to be intact. Okay, let's bring it in for analysis.
The implant recovered by the extraction team has fascinating properties. An instant transfer of consciousness, even at the moment of death.
So much blood has been spilled in the name of our faith. Too many have died at the hands of Imperians.
Imagine the military application.
But we have been blessed. I will unleash this new power and end the war.
We cannot allow one nation to control it.
They have done enough to leave their mark in history. Their soldiers would be dangerous beyond measure.
The power they would have, they would be...
immortal.
Capsuleers continue to present the main active defense to the Triglavian invasion as the Collective's ships pour into New Eden through so-called conduits, which they have active in at least 3 zones. Triglavians have also started to put more force behind their New Eden scouting expeditions. Despite inflicting considerable damage, the Triglavians had up until now retreated from occupied systems relatively quickly when faced with determined Capsuleer opposition. This latest phase of Triglavian operations was foreshadowed in this intercepted message. Translations suggest this is a second phase of advance or invasion, and the invoking of action liminality indicates changes in their rules of engagement or tactics. So far, no structures are known to have been attacked by the Triglavians, but void structure sampling seems to be their current secondary objective, with securing their foothold in the invaded systems having the highest priority. The message also contains the lines, "Conduit Stabilization Factor," and that is in a state described as evanescent. These conduits can be seen towards the end of the message, and the layout depicted appears to coincide with the structure of conduit sites encountered by Capsuleers. So far, Capsuleers have carried the brunt of holding back the Triglavians as Concord and the Empires have had difficulty agreeing on a common approach to fighting the invading fleets. Concord claims that the invasion is contained, but many voices from within the Empires demand that Concord should engage the Triglavians directly instead of holding back. Interestingly, the Empires themselves have been reluctant to deploy their own ships in force. Some have suggested the hesitancy is due to concerns that the first Empire to act decisively will become the prime target of the Triglavians, disturbing the delicate balance between the Empires. Until agreement is reached, New Eden relies on the Capsuleers to hold the line as the Triglavian invasion ramps up. Reporting for the Scope, this is Alton Havery.
Mordu's Legion and our combined forces have launched simultaneous attacks on key Serpentis-controlled ore stations across the Outer Ring region. The assaults appear to have captured all stations in swift, surgical executed operations, with most of the fighting already winding down. The same tactic was applied during all of the captures. Mordus used their fast ships to warp in and immediately throw out warp disruption fields to prevent any escapes. The importance that Mordu ships seem to have placed on destroying all ships attempting to escape somewhat contradicts the statement released by the Upwell Consortium today. stating that the main objective of the operation was to return the control of the stations and OR itself to the rightful owner and founder of OR, Yanisar Arteo. Once the space had been secured, shuttles carrying our combined mercenary forces warped in and entered the stations. In most cases, the station personnel surrendered without a fight. It is expected that OR will announce it is joining the Upwell Consortium as a full partner later today. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Vanquish your fear and commute your flesh to dust.
These are the first confirmed images showing a Blood Raider shipyard. Captured by an Amarr Navy scout, these shipyards enable the construction of the advanced Moloch-class Titans, along with enhanced force auxiliaries and dreadnoughts, making them more dangerous than ever. Due to the complexity of constructing and maintaining these shipyards, Blood Raiders are not expected to be able to deploy more than one at a time, but that will also cause them to defend them with fierce determination. Extreme caution is advised. The Kyonoke plague crisis continues and outbreaks are known to be taking place in at least 4 locations across New Eden. The source of the outbreaks can be traced back to an unauthorized breach of the notorious Kyonoke mining pit, where the deadly pathogen was unearthed 20 years ago. Within days of this initial discovery, all the workers in the pit were dead, and all subsequent efforts to enter the site have resulted in a 100% fatality rate. During the recent incursion, the infiltrating group became exposed to the pathogen, possibly intentionally, as the group dispersed across the cluster following the breach. Of the 4 known outbreaks, the most serious one by far is taking place in the city of Murska, on the planet Oyanan 2. It started when a Kestrel-class frigate flown by an infected pilot crash-landed just outside the city, and unaware of the pilot's condition, he was rescued from the wreckage and taken to a medical facility inside the city. Now, just 2 months later, the entire city and its 36 million inhabitants are currently constrained under containment nanodomes. The death toll is estimated to have already passed 8 million. This harrowing footage of conditions inside the dome was leaked to the Scope, indicating a complete breakdown in law and order within the sealed-off area. In Pochven, a Keepstar has been built to host the Kyonoke Inquest Summit. The Keepstar was constructed around the processing facility RP4, which has been completely sealed off for weeks since the pathogen was detected there. While most of its inhabitants are already deceased, those who remain have become desperate. The next few days will be crucial in the struggle to contain the plague, as scientists and delegates gather here for the Kyanoke Inquest Summit. This is the only hope to find an alternative solution to the outbreak, other than the current method of complete containment, followed by simply waiting for the plague to run its course. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope. Mind-machine link devices based on reverse-engineered drifter technology have caused unrest, as their possible future potential is rumored to have major implications on the power balance of New Eden. Fighting is common, as null security space alliances are already taking steps to adapt to the predicted changes, many of them reducing their zones of influence to a more defendable size. The following mass movement of ships and assets has provided ample opportunities for harassments and ambushes. More importantly, the abandonment of multiple regions has created power vacuums that various warring factions are contesting to fill, causing heavy firefights to erupt on virtually a daily basis. This and the possible threat of invasion from the largely unknown drifter forces have brought about a peace conference. Hosted by Archon Serene, the conference is held at Pakshi and is set to last 2 weeks. There are hopes that steps will be made in stabilizing the cluster, but the situation is rapidly developing. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
Greetings and welcome to New Eden. You're about to take your first steps as a starship pilot. Someday, you might lead a fleet of capital ships into battle. Until then, you'll be at the helm of fast, capable ships that make the journey all the more worthwhile. You'll meet many other pilots along the way. With the right people by your side, there's no limit to what you can achieve. Remember, the rewards for exploring the universe scale with the risks you're willing to take. Your journey begins by creating the person you aspire to be. Thanks to cloning technology, you can have nearly any appearance you wish. Your avatar makes a statement about who you are and how others perceive you. When you're finished, you should run the tutorial to its completion. It will empower you with crucial knowledge, such as how to train your skills, navigate the Neocom, and control your ship. Afterwards, you'll be sent to a career agent who will offer you training in military, industry, or exploration professions. In Eve, there is power in numbers and specialization. The right mix of skills in combat and industry are the foundation of a strong corporation. With so many professions to choose from, it will take a long time to master them all. By specializing, you can master a trade just as effectively as a veteran pilot and contribute to the group faster. Corporations are the most vital social component of Eve. They are operated by other pilots and are where you can meet interesting people and learn the most about the universe. You should find one that suits your goals and apply to join right away. There are endless possibilities here in New Eden, but only you can define your goals and reap the rewards of your investment. Take time to learn what interests you at your own pace. There is so much to discover just beneath the surface.
There is utter confusion here in Safasan, as the condition of Empress Jamal Saram remains unknown after a Titan carrying the Empress was destroyed by drifter forces just a few minutes ago. The Empress was to attend the inauguration of the new Imperial flagship, the Octoritas, at the Safazan headquarters of the Imperial Navy. Traveling in the Seraph, an Avatar-class Titan, the Empress was believed to be well protected and accompanied by a formidable escort. Despite this, the Seraph came under attack from a large drifter force, appearing almost immediately after the Empress arrived in Safazan. Imperial guards attempted to intercept the attackers, but the drifters used new tactics in their assault, utilizing their superior speed to head straight for the Seraph while ignoring all other ships. Within a matter of seconds, the Seraph was completely engulfed and obliterated by simultaneous fire from the entire drifter force. It is obvious that the Empress was the sole target, and once the Seraph was destroyed, the drifters warped away without concern for any other ships present. The speed and precision the drifters displayed while executing their plan seems to have stunned the Imperial Guard, as they were unable to react in time to put up any defense during the short but devastating attack. While search and rescue efforts are still underway, there have been no announcements made, nor have we been able to confirm anything regarding the condition or whereabouts of Empress Jamil Sarum. We will of course keep on reporting as the situation develops. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope. Recently surfaced Serpentis Capital-class blueprints have caused a stir in military circles across New Eden. Based on Gallente Federation Navy designs, the Vehement-class Dreadnought, Vendetta-class Supercarrier, and the Vanquisher-class Titan deliver more firepower than their original Gallente counterparts. In addition, they are optimized to support advanced stasis web-of-fire and hybrid weapons technology. A well-known criminal corporation, the Serpentis, had intended to offer the blueprints to loyal Capsuleers. That plan came under fire when their shipyards were located and raided. Today, with the assistance of the Scope Network's extensive broadcasting system, Concord is now making the locations of these shipyards public, stating that all equipment and construction materials recovered by Capsuleers during raids on the shipyards to be classified as free salvage. In addition to this, again, via the Scope Network, Concord is offering various rewards for the destruction of the identified Serpentis targets, including some of the rarest Serpentis blueprints that have ever been acquired. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Nearly 2 centuries ago, an industrial mogul named Sancha Kuvaki built an empire as an arms manufacturer during the First Gallente Caldari War. Hailed as a cultural messiah, Kuvaki drew millions of colonists to his domain by promising a utopian alternative to contemporary society. However, Sancha was also secretly using his vast resources to fund cybernetic experimentation on humans, turning them into slaves loyal only to him. When the great empires learned of these practices, they joined forces to end his regime. Through their combined efforts, Sancha and his minions were hunted down and driven off. Those few sympathizers who survived settled in the Stain region, far from Empire borders. But years later, groups of Sancha began short, well-organized incursions into secure space. Using advanced technology, they were repeatedly able to sneak past defenses and make surface landings on sovereign worlds, abducting millions. These unfortunate souls were doomed to become part of Sancha's twisted hive mind forever. Sancha Kuvaki has brought his war back to the Empires with a vengeance, directly challenging the resolve of Capsuleers. While none can say with certainty what his agenda might be, He seems determined to reestablish his so-called promised land for good.
Gigantic listening towers, presumed to be of Jove origin, began decloaking all over New Eden this week. These coincided with the sudden appearance of heavily armed vessels that Concord is calling drifter battleships. Like the listening towers, the pilots of these ships carry signs of Jove origin. One of the first engagements involving drifters is causing great concern across New Eden. This footage shows fighters from the Thanatos-class carrier Rex attacking a lone drifter battleship. At first, the carrier seems to have the upper hand, its fighters slowly but surely wearing down the drifter's shields, until the drifter ship suddenly unleashes its primary weapon, destroying the carrier with a single shot. The ship's capsuleer and sole survivor, Dantheus, claims he was taken by complete surprise and that he's never seen such power. All attempts to communicate with the drifters have thus far proven futile. Fortunately, they don't appear to be hostile unless provoked. In related news, the Sisters of Eve released a statement this week confirming that Caroline's star originated in System W477P and also caused the unexplained cataclysm in Thera. But the group remained silent on the listening posts and drifter battleships. We'll have more updates as these stories develop. Footage has started pouring in, following the sudden and still unexplained opening up of wormholes leading to uncharted systems. As the fragmentary information from explorers starts coming together, it looks like there are multiple systems containing enormous hive-like structures similar to those reported by the late Hillen Tukos. These hives are surrounded by sleeper enclaves filled with bodies. It's not clear if all the structures were built together at the same time, or if hives were built later in an effort to harvest the corpses contained within the enclaves. The body of Hillen Tukos was discovered and examined by Lucas Raholan while taking part in an Ikame-led expedition into wormhole J174618. This location has also been confirmed as the one seen in the final broadcast made by Tukos. While J174618 and the other systems all contain formidable drifter presence, there is still no sign of the massive armada seen in the Tukos recording, and that is certainly a matter of great concern to all the people of New Eden. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
In chaos theory, there's a concept known as sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Most people call it the butterfly effect. In Eve, we call it the sandbox. Let's say this is you. One lone wolf flying a starship in the far reaches of space. And in your travels, you encounter this. A defenseless mining barge under attack by pirates. You have a split second to make a choice. Without your help, the miner doesn't stand a chance. You decide to be the hero and succeed in driving the raiders away. The victim is thankful, and in the conversation that follows, a friendly gang that was on its way to help finally arrives. Grateful for your assistance, they invite you to fly with them. As it turns out, that gang was on its way to regroup with more patrols, who are all members of the same corporation, which happens to be part of an alliance of corporations that is currently at war with another alliance, whose patrols have just spotted the one you're flying with right now. Your decision to help that miner led to this moment, an epic battle between thousands of players, and the chance to share that experience with new friends that you might have for the rest of your life. Hundreds of thousands of people could hear about this battle, Why so many? Because it all happened in one universe, not in separate realms, just one big sandbox, where the actions of one person can resonate throughout the entire game world. In Eve, the choices you make shape the outcome of events. You could have helped those pirates, or just flown on by. What matters most is that the experience was emergent, unscripted, because in the sandbox, all player actions, no matter how subtle or bold, always have an impact. Imagine what you could become a part of. Being in the right place, at the right time, could touch the lives of more than 300,000 people in 230 countries around the world. Welcome to Eve Online. The universe is yours.
MBC leaders are planning their next move against Imperium forces, who have recently adopted guerrilla tactics in the ongoing struggle for the North. Veil of the Silent, Tribute, Branch, Tanal, and Decline have all been lost by the Imperium, and fighting is now concentrated in the regions of Fade and Pureblind. While most of the Imperium's forces have relocated to the relative safety of low-sec space, rumors persist of large Imperium capital fleets still staged in the contested regions. In other news, dozens of Ostrahus citadels have already been built all across New Eden, just days after blueprints were made available by Upwell. A number of the larger fortizar and Keepstar citadels are also known to be under construction. Regardless of the tremendous loss of life that has already occurred when citadels have been destroyed by rival groups of Capsuleers, hopeful colonists are still flocking to the citadels built by ambitious entrepreneurs. In the light of the tragic deaths of innocent residents of these destroyed structures, Upwell has been criticized for their continued advertisement of citadels and the promotion of unrealistic utopian dreams to the planet-dwelling masses. Following these events, some see Upwell's declaration of May 6th as Capsuleer Day as brazen opportunism. The consortium's dispatch of gifts to all Capsuleers is being criticized as insensitive by the relatives of those colonists lost in the conflict between ever more powerful Capsuleer organizations. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope. Amarr Prime, home of the imperial city of Dom Torsad, capital of the Amarr Empire, where the coronation of Lady Katiz of House Tash Murkhan is scheduled to take place later today. After the coronation, Lady Katiz Tash Murkhan will be known as Her Majesty Katiz I, Empress of Holy Amarr, first apostle of the true faith, and sovereign defender of the imperial right. High above the planet, Capsuleers are already gathering to witness the traditional first honor paid to a newly crowned empress by the Amarr military, the assembly for inspection of the throne world's fleet of the Imperial Guard. The failure to protect the late Empress Jamel I from a drifter strike in the very heartland of the Amarr Empire has tainted the Imperial Guard's reputation among the conservative and unforgiving elites of Amarr society. The Honor Guard inspection's traditional purpose is to bind the Imperial Guard to the new ruler of Amarr. On this occasion, it will also be a necessary step in restoring the honor of an Imperial Guard that has been rebuilt with a new draft of experienced and dedicated veterans from the Amarr military. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope. The partial withdrawal of N3 coalition forces in Innsmother, Scalding Pass, and neighboring regions has led to a power vacuum that's triggered opportunistic assaults on the area. Among those looking to stake a claim are the Red Alliance, who are determined to restore their former glory.
Наша цель — вернуть былую мощь и уважение нашему альянсу. Мы хотим вернуть контроль над Инсмазером, Диторидом и, конечно же, Сиджеем.
CJ is CJ6MT, a system long held sacred by the Red Alliance, who quickly recaptured it. There have also been shifts in control in Scalding Pass, with Gorgon Empire establishing sovereignty in the region. After taking control, Gorgon declared Scalding Pass's 12 stations free ports, open stations recently popularized by the Phoebe Freeport Republic. The influx of privateers, pirates, mercenaries, and the occasional trader makes for a chaotic mix, but it also supplies the Gorgon Empire with growing numbers of experienced capsuleers who have a stake in the future of these safe havens. It's unclear whether the Freeport strategy will deter invasion in Scalding Pass. As for Innsmother, the reinvigorated ambitions of Red Alliance suggest that much more is on the horizon. This is Alton Havary reporting for The Scope. The circumstances surrounding the hijack of the Wyvern-class supercarrier, the Antero, are becoming a major embarrassment for the Weurkami Corporation. The elaborate heist was carried out while the Antero was moored outside the Weurkami Logistics Support Station in Osa, where it was being refitted and changing crews. Using a captured shuttle, a small assault team infiltrated the Antero, disguising themselves as maintenance workers. Once aboard, they seemed to have taken over the hangar controls and waited for the scheduled crew exchange to take place. When shuttles carrying the replacement crew approached the Antero and its departing crew had gathered in its hangars is when the infiltrators struck. Hundreds of unsuspecting casualties were instantly ejected into space by the sudden lowering of the hangar force fields. Once the crew had been disposed of, the force fields were raised again with new passcodes, denying the incoming shuttles entry. In the midst of all the ensuing chaos, Gurista's reinforcements warped in, and before anyone could realize what was going on, they had managed to deliver additional assault troops to the Antero. Moving fast and with surprise on their side, the hijackers swept across the ship and overwhelmed the few remaining crew members. Within minutes, they gained complete control of the ship. In a desperate attempt to prevent the capture, all nearby ships opened fire on the Antero, but despite taking considerable damage, the hijackers managed to jump the ship to a yet unknown location. This is the latest in a series of high-profile incidents involving Caldari Megacore, following the complete destruction of the Lydai convoy LD-75 2 months ago. Confidential sources within the Caldari state claim that both incidents are part of an ongoing internal power struggle, and there is real concern that the situation may escalate even further. With hundreds of its former crew members dead in its wake, the Antero is currently listed as missing. This is Alton Havary, reporting for The Scope.
Hero Coalition has withdrawn to Aridia, bringing an end to the extensive standoff against Pandemic Legion's invasion of Catch. During the evacuation, the outgunned Hero Coalition was forced to give up the system of HED TAC GP without a fight. A strategic choke point, the system is the primary exit out of the region. And Hero Coalition has taken heavy losses moving their assets through it. Pandemic Legion's plans for the Catch region are still unknown. Most of Hero Coalition's forces have already regrouped in Aridia and are expected to reorganize and engage in the hostilities brewing in Delve and Fountain. For the past few weeks, N3 and CFC have been skirmishing between the two regions, starting with N3 attacks on the border systems in Fountain. CFC has since retaliated with what appears to be a full-scale invasion of Delve. According to CFC, Pandemic Legion has been hired to join their side, pushing N3 into a multi-front war. We will be keeping you up to date as the situation develops. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
As expected, after last week's recovery of ore stations from Serpentis control, ore has joined its liberator, the Upwell Consortium. Despite the overwhelming success of the operation, carried out by Mordus Legion on behalf of Upwell, there are persistent rumors that the few Serpentis ships that managed to escape the onslaught took with them a considerable amount of valuable ore assets. Most notable are the very first blueprint copies of the Endurance ice mining frigates, developed under Ore's Frostline brand. The Endurance, seen here during its trials, is designed to mine ice in extremely hostile environments. Cloaking optimizations allow it to operate unprotected in Null-sec and even shattered wormhole systems. It is also able to fit a new type of extremely efficient ice mining laser, developed in conjunction with the Endurance, providing the first frigate-class ice miner. Scope sources claim that Ore expects the Endurance to do well when it hits the market, fulfilling the needs of the more adventurous entrepreneurs. However, the mining tech company still has great concerns that the Serpentis are in possession of some of their most advanced technology. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
Fort Knox has been confirmed as the first Keepstar-class citadel to be constructed. Its final fitting and test firing were completed last week. This footage, received by the Scope, shows the test firing of its Doomsday weapon, confirming that the citadel is indeed fully armed and operational. Located in the wormhole system of J115405, Fort Knox is accompanied by Fortizar and Astraus citadels, making this a truly remarkable accomplishment by its builders, Hard Knox citizens. In the north, the conflict continues, and while the Imperium coalition has lost all its sovereignty, it is still fighting on, mounting attacks from its current base in the low-sec system of Saranen against occupying MBC forces. To counter these guerrilla tactics, the MBC has placed a Fortizar-class citadel in Saranen, provokingly named the Spin Master. Its construction is clearly intended as a statement of power and dominance in the region. Large fights have been taking place in Saranen, with both sides slugging it out. In one of the larger engagements, the recently introduced Capital Force auxiliaries played a vital role protecting a vulnerable MBC Titan. While the Titan managed to survive, the Imperium inflicted heavy losses to its supporting forces. The MBC continues to maintain its siege, and has so far denied the Imperium any opportunity to regain a foothold in its former regions. The Force Auxiliaries are the latest addition to capital ship warfare, and have already been integrated into almost all large fleet operations. Continued rumors suggest that the Serpentis Corporation will introduce their own enhanced capital ship design soon, after their intentions came to light in a rogue broadcast made during the Amarr Championships. Unconfirmed reports suggest that they will be making carriers, dreadnoughts, and even titans available to local capsuleers. This is Lena Amber, reporting for the Scope. A growing number of capsuleers have reported encountering some unusual activity in abyssal dead space. The Scope received these images showing a ship or structure that is apparently under construction in a previously undiscovered pocket. This type of pocket seems to be some sort of anomaly, as capsuleers state that it is encountered when using abyssal filaments for Tier 5 dead space. More intriguing still is their telemetry, showing that the gate leading out of the pocket is active upon arrival. The heavily defended construction site is located deep within the pocket, and capsuleers interviewed by the Scope claim that any attempts to fight the formidable Triglavian patrols would be futile. A few capsuleers have made daring hit-and-runs at the bioadaptive caches located next to the construction site and managed to escape the pocket with some spoils. Items recovered include at least 3 variants of Triglavian semiosis conduction consoles. These seem to be a communication device of some kind, with it being reported that what appear to be internal Triglavian data fragments have been received by some capsuleers owning the devices. Concord has urged those in possession of these devices to hand them over to Concord for their own safety. For our part, the Scope urges Capsuleers to resist Concord's secrecy and report their findings. The people of New Eden have the right to know what is going on. In other news, Katia Say of the Signal Cartel Exploration Group is being celebrated as the first human to travel to all accessible star systems of New Eden, both in known space and wormhole space. The journey through 7,805 systems took 9 years to complete. Remarkably, Katia lost no ships during this extraordinary voyage. To commemorate this achievement by one of their people, the Akura Stargazer Society are commissioning a statue to be built in Katia Say's home system of Seisio. The memorial statue will be raised near the Abagawa Gate, where the first jump of the journey was made by Katia over 9 years ago. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
The last few survivors of the Lydai convoy designated LD-75 are being transported off the burning wrecks that are the only remains of the ambushed convoy. The convoy was en route from the Lydai warehouse in Inoue to the Cartham conglomerate factory in Jarshitsan when it was attacked. The lightly defended convoy was composed around 5 Charon-class freighters. The convoy was struck by unidentified attackers just as it was about to enter the Stargate in Jarzaland, leading to Pimsu. Outgunned and caught by surprise, the convoy was completely destroyed within minutes. While the exact number is still unknown, it is clear that the casualty count is in the thousands. Among the ships lost was the LDC Sorameta, a Basilisk-class cruiser carrying senior Cartham conglomerate engineers. There were no survivors. The convoy is believed to have been transporting materials used in the construction of Guardian logistic cruisers, manufactured by Cartham under contract from the Amarr Navy. Last seen entering Caldari low-sec space through the Elmet Gate in Pimsu, the identity and motives of the attackers are still unknown. Lydai Protection Service has launched a full investigation, and already a number of Caldari megacorps have condemned the attack. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Religions, as so many other things, began when man looked at the skies and said, "I belong there. I am one with the gods."
So man rose from the ground to build a new home for himself in the cold, dark depths of space. And he brought hope to those dark places, expecting that this ascension, this enlightenment, would unify and strengthen him. But the darkness fought back, and man turned on man. Metal behemoths roamed the skies, gorging themselves on lesser creatures. And somewhere along the line, we found our true nature. For man is the destroyer of things, and the vicious master of his savage domain. We have our own place in the universe, and it is a dark, cruel role we play. We are the revolutionaries. We are the usurpers to the heavenly thrones. We are the enemies of the gods.
The war rages on as fights are taking place along the entirety of the borders of the Decline region, stronghold of the Imperium. Multiple Imperium stations across the Fade and Tanal regions have been lost as MBC forces push forward from multiple directions. The Goonswarm Federation home region of Decline has remained relatively unscathed, but will likely come under attack from MBC fleets in the near future. The Imperium is clearly consolidating their forces in their military staging system of Saranen and has moved most assets out of the less defensible outer regions. Military experts speculate that this consolidation may allow for stronger defense of key systems in the future. While the Imperium is outnumbered and still on the defensive, they do have the advantage of being an established and cohesive coalition with clear leadership. Its opponent, the Money Badger Coalition, MBC, is much more loosely formed with no apparent central command. In defiant speeches over the past week, the Mittani has argued that the Imperium's close ties will allow them to outlast their opponents. Imperium leadership claims that even if they lose their sovereign space temporarily, they will have their revenge against the alliances that make up the MBC. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
The greatest commanders can secure victory before any shots are fired. They spread their forces wisely, under the cover of stealth. And strike with intent, with agility, with majesty. They'll turn the tide of battle, wielding a single advantage. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt.
Through the mist,
I saw a figure emerge, and with it, a darkness advanced, devouring and reshaping. And as the sunlight cast its final, everlasting shadow, I felt a chill rise from the abyss and eclipse the world.
Imperial Navy forces have been mobilized in response to reports of increased drifter activity across Amarr space. A state of emergency has not yet been declared. However, tensions are high in systems where fear of an imminent threat is present. Many speculate that the escalation began following Cartham Conglomerate's decision to market the Entosis link. It is a device that allows the user to project their consciousness into system mainframes. It is believed to be the result of reverse engineering technology acquired from sleeper scanners. Connecting the device to Jove observatories in attempts to retrieve Antikythera has also yielded what looks to be sections of garbled surveillance logs dating several decades back. It still remains unclear what information was being collected by the Jove observatories, or for what purpose. But evidence from those logs proves they have been watching us for decades. This drifter show of force and the unprecedented drifter incursion into Uli last week has strained the already fragile standoff, and concerns of a full-scale war seem more founded with each passing day. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope. An elite band of mercenary fighter pilots, known as the Valkyrie, has released intercepted communications from a select group of gueristas, identifying them as the group responsible for the recent pilot kidnappings. The current intel indicates that the pilots are being temporarily held at detention facilities spread all over New Eden, and then consolidated at several large, low-sec transportation facilities. The fate awaiting pilots at the final destination is uncertain, but fragments from the captured communications indicate that some sort of human experiments are being conducted by the Schism. The Valkyrie are urging Capsuleers to attack the Gueristas' detention centers and transport facilities whenever they are sighted, and liberate the captured pilots before it becomes too late. For those who are less humanitarian inclined, the Valkyrie have pointed out that the Gueristas' facilities are also storing valuable assets that need be, as they put it, liberated. Capsuleers should hold on to all TEBS interfaces they find at these sites, as the Valkyrie technicians will be measuring their combined transmission strength for scientific purposes. The Valkyrie have stated that plans are in the works to acknowledge the efforts of the top collectors among the Capsuleers. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope. The order of Her Imperial Majesty Jamal Sarum to freely distribute new shield technology out to Capsuleers has infuriated DED and Concord officials. The Imperial order was issued following a demonstration of the extremely efficient shield generators developed by a joint Amarr and Lidi research project. Possible to use even by substructures, their shielding is virtually impenetrable. Since it's based on the same technology exclusively reserved for Concord to protect stargates and stations in Empire's space, then it is certain that multiple treaties have been broken. The growing likelihood of a drifter invasion is seen as the main motivation behind this move, as it is clearly an attempt to bring hostilities in Nullsec space to an end. In a message, Empress Jamal Sarum urges all Capsuleers to unite and give their support to the Amarr Empire, emphasizing the famed mantra, "What you give to this empire, I shall give back unto you." Having still not appeared in public, the Empress is rumored to be more and more isolated. Today's events are seen by many as further indication of desperation or even irrationality taking hold. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
We are currently waiting to receive a live broadcast from DED headquarters in Ulai, where the body of a drifter was delivered earlier today for analysis. The 4 scientists who performed the preliminary autopsy have provided the Scope with an exclusive first look at the full autopsy report. The report confirms similarities between Drifter and Jove genetics, despite significant physical differences. Noted by Doctors Anslo Tetua and Mizir Starsurge was the odd absence of vocal cords and abnormal blood composition, the latter believed to be connected to the low-level radiation still being emitted post-mortem. The autopsy also confirms that the augmentation present in the subject is necessary for its survival. Further study is already underway at... It would appear that the broadcast has started. After an initial statement, we expect that we will be permitted to ask questions.
It does appear that the broadcast signal has been lost. However, we will resume as soon as the broadcast is...
The Serpentis Corporation has been suffering heavy losses both in ships and material since Operation Frostline was launched against it by the Upwell Consortium. The decision made by Upwell to declare all recovered loot as reward to the Capsuleers attacking the Serpentis has certainly paid off, as the attacks are relentless. Reports of recovered items ranging from clothing items to endurance ice mining frigate blueprints and valuable implants have been confirmed, and recent rumors of logistics frigate blueprints being captured as well will only serve to intensify the attacks even more. How the Serpentis came into possession of logistic blueprints is unknown. The Upwell Consortium has certainly established itself as a power to be reckoned with, and the Serpentis seems to be serving as an example to those thinking about standing in its way. Although there are many who feel that the demonstration of wealth by foregoing the ownership of all retrieved goods to win Capsuleers over to their cause is a bigger statement than anything else surrounding Operation Frostline. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
The Scope has received confirmation that for only the 3rd time in history, a Revenant supercarrier has been destroyed. Piloted by its owner, Engineer, the Vagrant was one of very few Revenants to see service outside Sanchez Nation. When the Prelium Ultima fleet it operated with jumped out of 6E TAC MOW, the supercarrier stayed behind for reasons that are still unknown. Knowing the warp-in coordinates used by the Vagrant, members of Pandemic Legion saw the opportunity and planned an ambush. 13 hours after PL forces set their trap, the Vagrant warped in. Pinned down by vastly superior forces, the supercarrier never stood a chance, going down in seconds thanks to doomsday hits from the waiting Titans. While Pandemic Legion claimed the incident as an example of their tactical prowess, Engineer argued that he didn't initially recognize his opponents as a threat, thanks to a non-aggression agreement between PL and PU. This is Lena Amber in 6E TAC MOW, reporting for The Scope.
When I said we could be alone in the universe, I was looking right into the faces of about 300 of my fellow players in EVE Online. And they knew instantly what I was trying to say.
I've met a lot of people from all across the world.
Flying with the same guys for almost 10 years.
It's such an amazing bunch of people.
That's my favorite part of the game. Basically the crew, all the good lads.
You may want to hit your brother, knock him around a little bit, but at the end of the day, we're all a bunch of brothers and sisters.
It's this amazing group of friends.
It's a passion for everyone that I play with.
The friends you make. It's the people. The people are awesome.
Love the people that play the game.
And of course some PvP fights.
Burn them, guys. Burn them, burn them, burn them. He's gonna be shield tank. He's gonna go down real quick here. All focus on Dominic right away.
It's not easy. I've been playing this game for 8 years.
7 years.
15 years. 13 years. And I'm still terrible at it.
No, we're not alone. It's the best community in the gaming world.
You are about to become what all men should fear. You will roam the heavens, commanding the most powerful machines ever built. So unbound that not even death itself can claim you. For you are immortal, with all eternity to seize a destiny that is yours to define. But you are not alone with such power. Other demigods roam these stars as well. And they are no less driven to succeed, or to rule, as you. There are more paths than one to greatness. If you have intellect, you will survive the darkest days. If you have courage, you will claim the bounties of man and nature. If you have patience, you will amass the wealth of empires. And if you can lead, there is no limit to what you can become. What you dare to become rests on your will to be bold. Dare to be bold, pilot. Forge your own path to greatness.
Creodrone Corporation demonstrated the capabilities of its new Magus-class destroyer exclusively to the scope earlier today. Based on the Algos-class hull, the Magus was built to accommodate the emerging microjump field generators. Creodrone CEO Roni Dahryu states that the Magus is an excellent example of superior Galente design capabilities that combines high performance with unrivaled grace and beauty. The main purpose of the demonstration was to show off the microjump field capabilities employed by the Magus. Claimed to be heralding a revolution in naval warfare, this technology allows the ship to jump itself 100 kilometers in the direction of travel. More importantly, the field it projects as it jumps drags all subcapital ships within a 6-kilometer range along with it. This allows the Magus to rapidly reposition both friendly and hostile forces around the battlefield. Furthermore, it was also demonstrated that interdictor spheres and bombs are also pulled into the jump field, providing for the execution of advanced tactics. While the technology is about to hit the market, space commanders across New Eden are contemplating the possible effects on current tactics and how the technology can best be utilized in combat. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
The first Jackdaw destroyers going into operation have been delivered to Caldari Navy forces. Designed as a missile platform, it is built using the latest mode-switching technology, making it a highly adaptable multi-role ship. Fleet exercises are already underway to evaluate the Jackdaw's full capability as it gets integrated into active service. It has already been announced that the blueprint for the vessel will be sold publicly in order to balance the extreme development cost of the ship. This coincides with the unexpected unveiling of a Federation Navy destroyer-class prototype that has been named Hecate. Sources within the Galente Federation claim that the program has been given high priority in order to keep up with the rapid pace of Caldari Navy development. No performance details have yet been released about this new class, but experts are already comparing it to the Jackdaw, as it is scheduled to enter active service later this year. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope. Earlier today, the Federation Navy issued a press release about their latest destroyer.
The Hecate is the leading destroyer-class vessel in existence. Built on mode-switching design, its performance and capabilities are unrivaled. In defense mode, using the latest advancements in hull resistance technology, its battlefield survivability is unparalleled. Switching to propulsion mode, its agility is unmatched by any other vessel of its class. Finally, with a complement of 5 hard points, the Hecate is a beast to be reckoned with when in sharpshooter mode, capable of outgunning every other vessel in the same class. As the Hecate enters active service, the citizens of the Federation can rest assured that our Navy is ready for any challenge presented.
It's been announced that the destroyer will enter service later next month, and like previous destroyers, it will be made available to the public. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope. Just days after the bold announcement of victory by Imperial Security Commander Ori Jallet, the Amarr Navy is once again caught completely by surprise. The Drifters are launching a large-scale invasion into the heart of the Amarr Empire, and current reports indicate that the Imperial Navy is struggling to mount a coherent defense. These images from Shushran show the destruction of rows of Amarr Navy vessels, which were manned with only skeleton crews while waiting to be refitted. These attacks coincide with the discovery of immense drifter structures, the purpose of which remain unknown. Whether or not these findings have triggered the attacks also remains unknown at this time. While scientists try to determine the objective of the drifter attacks, the Amarr Empire tries to hold on. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
You're awake. Your vitals are stabilizing nicely. Consciousness came through fully intact. It's always disorientating the first time. Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure. Right. Since you're not going anywhere just yet, let me show you a part of your new life. At this level, no quarter is given. There's a great deal of opportunity out there, but a great deal of danger as well. Money, power, politics, betrayal. All in a lifetime's work. Of course, you're going to have slightly more time than that. Well, pilot, what are you waiting for?
Wrapping up financial news, commodity prices fell on profit-taking for trading runs, but the manufacturing sector rallied on economic data showing a sharp increase in orders for Starship components. Meanwhile, an increase in mining yield for the period indicates...
We have a breaking story. This is live footage of the Raravoss border in Solitude, where Imperial Navy warships have just crossed... wait, correction. We have reports now that those ships belong to the Amarrian Royal Air Urium Kador, not the Imperial... Whoa! They've opened fire.
I don't believe it.
Amarrian Air Urium Kador has just launched a personal invasion of Federation space, which just months ago was invaded by... I'm sorry, we're getting more footage now.
Okay, heavy fighting is underway between forces in... Look!
Military experts are calling this a sinusoidal field.
Hundreds, maybe thousands of ships are coming through.
This is a massive Federation counterattack. The Galicians are fighting back with everything they've got.
Look, a Federation Titan has just come through.
There's no escaping them now.
Withdrawal of drifter forces from Amarr space has brought a sullen end to their attacks. The Imperial Navy has been embroiled in an endless string of staggering losses, including the assassination of Empress Jamel I, making this a much-needed reprieve. The sudden drifter pullback to the 5 known hive systems are believed to be connected to the Capsuleer reports that gate restrictions in those systems have been removed, clearing the path for Capsuleers committed to pushing back the drifter menace. The conflict has certainly taken its toll on the Amarr military, and talks of the withdrawal being a reaction to Sisters of Eve, and Capsuleer actions only adds insult to injury for the Amarr. Meanwhile, Sisters of Eve has launched a crowdsourced analysis of collected drifter data, entitled Project Discovery, and rallied under the banner of Citizen Science Begins With You. They hope to unlock the new drifter tech so that they may be made public and shared with all. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
The broadcast you are about to see is of graphical nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bloody Omer ran away, hiding from the light of day. Made a base out in the night, far away from the Empire's might.
Holders think they all are safe, protected by the Empire's grace. Silly people, they should know. You shall reap just what you sow. Bloody Omer is coming back. Monsters from the endless black. Wading through the crimson flood. Omer has come to drink your blood.
Clearly made to ignite terror, it is confirmed that Omer Sarakusa is the person seen in this disturbing Blood Raiders broadcast. The identity and fate of his captives have not been disclosed. Amarr authorities are urging its citizens to stay vigilant and not to give in to what they refer to as acts of heresy. This is Alton Haveri, reporting for The Scope.
The cycle of life and death was supposed to end with us. We were to be the start of a new age, a destiny of light, an Imperial age. Yet these tombs call out to us. All the heroes and villains vanquished within cry out at once, begging for justice. We will fight for what we believe in. We will take a side, and our wrath will be furious. Welcome to the Imperial Age.
The mysterious drifters have begun showing a disturbing new behavior, according to reports coming in from across New Eden. It began when, according to eyewitnesses, a rescue pod containing Capsuleer Draven Osron was destroyed and his corpse collected by a drifter ship. There is a rising concern that the drifters are harvesting captured bodies in an attempt to manifest themselves, as some scientists had feared. Furthermore, as this footage from Hakonnen clearly shows, the drifters have started dismantling the Jove observatories. Once detached from the structure, drifters transport the pieces through mysterious wormholes that neither Capsuleer nor Empire ships have thus far been able to enter. Samples of the fragments known as Antikythera have been collected from drifter wrecks, and its characteristics and potential use are currently being investigated. Whatever their ultimate purpose, these new drifter discoveries are raising more questions than they answer. This is Alton Haveri reporting on location for The Scope.
Concord has released the coordinates of multiple Angel Cartel rendezvous locations. Appearing as Guardians Gala in Capsuleer overviews, Concord has declared these gatherings a prohibited criminal conspiracy. All Angel Cartel ships found at these locations are to be immediately engaged and destroyed. Intelligence reports indicate that the ships expected to have gathered at these locations range from frigates and cruisers up to battle cruisers. Angel Cartel ships are known to specialize in weapons designed to deliver kinetic and explosive damage, and are also vulnerable to the same kind of weaponry. Capsuleers are advised to fit their ships accordingly. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
The vessel impounded last week by the Caldari Navy has been identified as a Rhea-class jump freighter, the SPC Sea Adler. While preparing for jump out of Tartakan, the ship's transponder began responding erratically, giving away its true identity. A Caldari Navy patrol immediately prevented the jump and seized the ship, escorting it to a grav dock for customs inspection. In a press release, state officials claimed that the Serpentis-owned Sea Adler was found to be carrying narcotics under the guise of being the Wyarchemy freighter Otago. A fake responder ID and unknown hull camouflaging system were recovered during an inspection of the ship. They are believed to be the primary devices used to mimic the appearance of the Otago. The Sea Adler has been taken to the Propel Dynamics factory in Tamo, where the camouflaging technology is being investigated further. No statements have been made by the Serpentis about the incident. This is Alton Havary, reporting for The Scope. New theories about the alleged supernova known as Caroline's Star continue to surface. Many now speculate that the explosion is linked to a group of recently discovered wormholes that lead to the uncharted space of the so-called Shattered Worlds. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on Sisters of Eve officials to explain how and why SOE stations were already present when pilots entered those previously unknown areas. Nemos was one of the first scholars to suggest the connection between Caroline's Star and the Shattered Worlds. He now claims that the increase in sleeper activity could be linked to the sudden appearance of gigantic cloaked structures around New Eden, and that sleepers are secretly transmitting messages to pilots through their implants, using the star as a beacon. Scientists continue to offer a variety of other explanations, including connections to the Salin incident, or possible Jovian or even Talican involvement, but are far from reaching any consensus on the true cause. We'll have more on this as the story develops.
Still recovering from recent attacks, the Serpentis are given no quarter, as Mordu's Legion, on behalf of the Upwell Consortium, has just released the following message.
Capsuleers, Operation Frostline has been sanctioned. The Serpentis believe they could steal from us without retaliation. They were wrong. More Serpentis hideouts confirmed to be holding stolen goods are constantly being uncovered. If they have been discovered in your system, then their location will be displayed in your overview. The Operation Frostline targets have been designated as weapons-free combat zones against Serpentis assets. Be careful and be prepared. The Serpentis specialize in delivering thermal and kinetic damage, but they are also vulnerable to the same kind of damage, so fit your ships accordingly. As a token of our appreciation for your help in eradicating this nuisance, we, the Upwell Consortium, have agreed to regard any items retrieved as just reward for your efforts. Do your part in making New Eden a better world and kill them. Kill them all!
While most consider Operation Frostline an ingenious means for Upwell to deliver another blow against the Serpentis, there are those who have raised concerns about the sudden concentration of power building up behind the Upwell Consortium. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
the vastness of space intrigues and terrifies us. Seemingly unconquerable and unending, the universe dares us to explore. While most seek comfort in security, an exceptional few defy their fears and accept the challenge. They venture into the dark, driven by a desire for knowledge, wealth, and power. Because unlike the others, they have the courage to face the hidden dangers of the unknown. They know that with great risk also comes great reward. Let us cast off our fear. This is the age of discovery. This is our Odyssey.
Play now at trial.eveonline.com.
News of a stellar anomaly rocks New Eden. What was initially thought to be a sudden, massive stellar explosion, nicknamed Caroline's Star after the pilot who first spotted it, the distant anomaly has since baffled the scientific community. Shortly after its appearance, a team of astronomers triangulated its location, suggesting that these are the remnants of the star W477P. Located deep within Jove's space, the star was previously believed to be stable and not massive enough to cause an explosion of this scale. However, its unreachable location eliminates all possibility of confirming the actual cause. Scientists also remain puzzled by the anomaly's sudden, simultaneous visibility throughout New Eden. According to physicist Balti Katai, starlight appearing simultaneously across all systems in New Eden doesn't make any sense. The energy required to create such an event is incomprehensible. Given the unusual nature of the anomaly and the lack of any conclusive scientific explanation, its existence has inspired rampant speculation from all quarters. Popular theories explain it as either the discharge of a Jove superweapon against a Sancha invasion, a herald of the prophesied coming of Bob, or a sign of the impending apocalypse. We'll have more on this as the story develops.
From all over New Eden, Capsuleers travel to Amarr to watch the final rounds of the Imperial succession trials. Fighting on the behalf of Aurizio Cor Azor of House Cor Azor is Lysis, and fighting for Katiz Tash Merkin of House Tash Merkin is Kellen Darklight. Stakes are high as the fight will determine who will become the successor of the late Empress Jamel I. Drifter threats, new emerging technologies, and conflicts in the Outer Rims are but few of the challenges that will await the new ruler. As prominent Capsuleers leave their ships at the Emperor Family Academy and prepare to go planetside, they as well must be wondering what the future has in store for them. From Dom Torsad, reporting for The Scope, this is Lena Amber.